Welcome back, everyone, to Break the Record Live, featuring Spelunky 2. We are on day 3 of the weekend, day 2 of Cosmic Ocean specifically. We have had 2 different categories run this weekend. Yeah, before we left, Xanagir was making his way slowly through the Cosmic Ocean. There was a curse that afflicted him in a very difficult temple level. However, as we returned, the Ankh was just used. A revive has been incurred. No more curse though, so 4 HP, which is a lot more than he had before. Xanagir reacting to that moment as well. My name is Bowie. I am joined by Tic Tac Foe and Vlad to take you through a little bit more action here. It's looking pretty good across the board. I'll bring up the leaderboard so you can see how it's looking. 7 runners vying for $5,000 in a prize pool courtesy of the developers Mossranking and one of our 4 sponsors here, along with Twitch, Kaspersky, and ViewSonic Elite. So thank you to everyone to make these events possible, and obviously to you guys at home watching. We do hope you are enjoying yourselves. Yeah, let's see what our runners can do as we approach the next few hours.
Yeah, I've definitely been enjoying these runs. It's great seeing this top tier play in Spelunky 2.
Yep, and also a top tier streak of bad levels for Xana. He just had 2 consecutive Neo-Babylons and now a temple. Lost his Ankh, and now he can start building up his health pool again. That's the good news. But there is no mummy to be found here.
Looks like DT's made their way back into the Cosmic Ocean as well.
Sweet. What's his face?
Currently, well, if he gets into this door soon, looking like about a minute ahead. Oh, okay. Took some stun, but not too bad. And was ahead, then had a pretty bad 7:10 and 7:11. So lost about a minute there in total. They were ahead quite a bit, but yeah. Minus 52 right now on 7:14.
Yeah, that can be an exciting run to switch to later.
Yeah, well, we've been watching Xanagir for a bit. I guess we can jump over to DT if you'd like. We also have Twiggle, 7:42. Currently about minus 7-8 minutes right now. Minus 8, yeah. So I guess we can go and watch Twiggle for a bit actually, because I don't think they've been up for a bit, at least on my watch.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good. So what's going on with Twiggle here? It looks like we're poisoned, Ankless, but a good bit of resources.
Yeah, health is short. We need to find a blood farm soon.
I almost sometimes just concede that I'm gonna get poisoned in Cosmic Ocean and just plan for it.
It's definitely a thing as well that you might notice when it comes to this dungeon, because of the way the blood pool and regen works. Is that you'll see runners maybe kill enemies that you may look at it and think, "Wow." Okay.
Yeah, that would kill your low percent attempt at Cosmic Ocean, basically.
But yeah, it's yeah. Oh, sorry, what I was trying to say before that moment there for Twiggle at the start of this particular floor. Yeah, you might see runners kind of like kill enemies that you may think aren't necessary to kill, but it's because they're trying to collect the blood. So even if they're not able to farm out directly, they're able to kind of make slow progress in keeping their HP up.
That's a very big and thick dwelling level here, not what you want to see.
Nice way back to the exit there, though.
Yup. Oops. Down to 6 health now.
Eyeing up the mosquitoes, they always have a bunch more blood in them, as you would expect.
Yeah, that's a pretty nasty spot for an orb between a maze of spikes. So you can stand on these spiked tiles with spike boots, but you can't like hold onto the sides or anything like that. So.
Yeah, spike boots or spring boots also work. How that?
Oh, really? Okay, cool. Just some kind of footwear. Yeah.
Yeah, but the base shoes of the Spelunker don't count, sadly.
makes me imagine they're all just running through barefoot when they start.
3 HP.
That's a big drop. I think I lost like took a hit or two, and then the poison tick as well. So we're on 6 and had a bit of a drop there in terms of HP.
Yeah, rare occurrence. Twiggle is gonna hope for a temple very soon. I think.
I want to see temple, said only some runners sometimes. You seem to say
just
farming the blood here.
Yep,
Yeah.
just farming, yeah.
Farming just maintains him. It doesn't really allow him to build up at all, probably.
Show us a temple game.
Yup, we're looking for that. Not this one.
Yeah, Sunken City is one of the worst biomes for blood. This Crabman might give it, but a lot of the enemies don't give off blood in this biome.
Yeah, the Junkshies have no blood.
Zombie's gonna zombie.
Yep.
Yeah.
Crabs and octopi do, though, so...
I'm finding quite a few of blood-filled enemies, though. Not bad.
There's a little bit there.
Okay, staying alive. For the time being.
Back up to 5 again after a tick as well. That was after a poison tick, so that's pretty nice.
Yep. It does take time, though, to keep farming those enemies instead of just finding the bubbles.
Yeah, this is definitely stunging his time a little bit, sadly. But yeah, makes a decision just to move on. Still 10 minutes ahead, though. Looking like a 25, I think, if he keeps his pace, which isn't enough to beat Spef, but to challenge Spef at least.
Yeah, once he fixes his health issue, he'll be able to start doing faster again and save more time, probably. But first... Ooh. You need that mummy.
And no temple luck yet.
Yeah, you would absolutely kill for this string of biomes if you weren't poisoned.
That's right. The group about to head into the Cosmic Ocean, though, defeating Hundun.
14-minute entry is pretty good.
Yeah. Twiggle now past the halfway point in the ocean. 752, and still no temple to be found. That is the luckiest unlucky streak of levels, or the opposite rather.
Oh,
Oh, nice dodge.
when we're talking about reaction times, and there's double orb.
Block.
And with Groom back into the Cosmic Ocean, we have all 4 runners there.
3 of which on a tide pool layer as well. If only. Ooh, okay, yeah. On both, I think, Xanagear? Yeah. Ice caves as well for DT. Keeping it cool, calm and collected. Temple for Xana.
Found a shield, an item that's not used too often. It'll protect right in front of you, but it does have some weird physics to go along with it. So yeah, you can see Groompa just getting rid of it there.
Okay, so final orb, I believe, and then yeah, straight in. DT looking like he's been saving some time as well. 1 minute and 46 ahead now. Got a nice gold, a nice gold in 7:26. Again, gold doesn't really mean too much in this one, just because it's going to happen or it's not. There's no two ways about it. It's not like you're trying to get a gold on a set strategy.
Yeah, Twiggle's done an excellent job of dealing with this low HP, though.
Oh yeah. Whilst also maintaining fairly good pace for the most part. Like, you know, it's not extending the length of any floor, you know, to more than a minute for where possible. So that is a pretty good job of, you know, health maintenance whilst also making progress as well. Speaking of progress. Ah.
Oh, a temple.
Okay.
Now, where's our mummy?
I want my mummy. It's a classic, isn't it? I'm so sorry.
It looks like Krill's joining us again after their break.
Oh,
Wow.
Okay, I'm not going to worry too much about a lack of money. They're not complacent, but they're content enough with their method of consistent blood farming.
yeah, and also content to survive that awful temple level.
Yeah. Ooh, that Witch Doctor's skull was very close as well.
Yes, it was.
The door open. Oh! God.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that he's able to maintain his 10-minute lead while also collecting blood all the time to maintain his being alive.
Back up to 8.
Really?
Yeah. Consistently moving forward. I mean, apart from like the 1 or 2 dips, generally always growing with HP. Okay, perfect. There's the door.
And watch for flying All Might bodies here in Neobab. Those electric traps will make them travel the entire level.
Yep, on the plus side, we just had the Lamassu sounds.
Excellent scream.
No, after you, I insist.
Yay, morning. Oh no! This is disgusting. This is nothing to be done about that. Like,
Wow.
Well, there you have it.
oh my god.
That is...
That is a Spelunky moment.
Yeah, there's not much more you can say about that. That's just it's Spelunky doing Spelunky things.
Yeah. Okay. Let's jump over to T, who is on good pace, getting through it. That is a horrible way to die, but like, oh man, how are you ever to know that a UFO has been defeated and is falling to its death right now?
You're not.
If that hasn't been clipped and highlighted, I'll be surprised.
Haven't figured that one out yet.
Lol, Sapphire ring. Oh no, it's water. It's raining water. Very classic.
Yeah, DT on a great pace here. About almost a minute ahead of their #1 spot.
The grin on that golden monk is so funny. He's like,
Just happy to be here on the journey. I like that rope there. DT's just kind of marking where the exit is in the middle of the level.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting versatility with items here that I found like specific runners using that in particular, in being one of them is like, you know, remembering where the level is using rope. I mean, this is why our runners like to grab the clone gun and get themselves 99 bombs and rope so they can make the most use of them.
Good bodyguard there. Meatbag getting hit by that arrow trap.
Does it cover both sides if you're holding it?
I believe so. And here's one of those opportunities to take a break right in between your speedrun here, the level transitions, which is really nice.
Yeah,
especially in a longer form speedrun like this.
Should be noted that in-game time is the timing method being used, obviously. That's why the timer stopped and it's not going anywhere. IGT is the way to go for this particular run, so when the in-game time is not going, then the timer is not increasing. We have seen, though, Twiggle going ham and a half, switching to the character.
Ah, yes. This is excellent character choice.
Agreed. He's got cape, spring boots already. Climbing glove as well. Okay, cool, yeah. Vertical movement is going to be fine. It's a ghosty. Xana still alive. $107 up to, is that 38 on right now? Yeah, into 38, so still grinding away there. Group back in Cosmic Ocean, as we were mentioning earlier, 719 right now. 21 HP, Ank in hand.
Oh wow, these electric traps for DT, yeah, they're gonna get a bomb. Cluster of 3 right next to each other. No thank you. Yeah, that fall through the loop there just kind of resets where you're looking in the level there, and yeah, immediately finds the orb to head into this temple.
I mean, 21 HP doesn't feel like, you know, grinding on a mummy would be necessary at this point, but just opening up the exit as well when you have that kind of one entryway. Creating another opportunity to get in is helpful. Double crush block.
Yeah, absolutely. Want to make your level exits as safe as possible.
Bloody Nora.
Yeah, when you get the vertical and the horizontal block come in your direction, it's a time for a bit of panic. Oh, there was a cat behind a foreground rock there, I think.
Yeah, the concealed cats is really bad news.
There is also a crocodile and a summoner in that point. Jeez.
Yeah, we have the Ong though, so it's not run over just yet. Like Xana, DT can just play a few levels while not getting hit, and then start fresh whenever the Ong pops.
Really good movement in front of that laser trap early in this level. If you're right up against it, the laser won't do damage.
Look at this level, though.
Yeah, this is it's very busy.
I was multitasking a lot of things there.
All the good stuff, just for you.
Struggling to find the exit. I think. Oof. There's still a one old missing.
Oopsie.
There it is.
He got bejinged.
Well, not cursed anymore.
Yep.
Just need to build some health up.
It's quadrupled his health from before, at least. That's a good thing.
AU's back to its golden form again, which is nice.
Yeah, very important. Oh, and there's the bubble too.
See, he went this way earlier, but then went up, opted to go up. I think because of that dude there with his scan and shot.
Yeah, like a million things happening here. Doesn't really invite you to.
Okay.
Hey, just go in there. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, that's 3 HP now.
Oh, he gone past it.
Saw the exit there, yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe, or did
missed
he?
it?
Maybe
Yeah,
he didn't
must have
notice
missed it. That's gonna
I mean,
be
to be
frustrating.
fair, considering how much he's dealing with, it's very easy to miss something like that. I guess when you're like panicked running away from a jellyfish and on Neo Babylon.
Looks like he doesn't know. Okay,
Yeah.
is this here on the right here? Yeah, okay. Another damage here. Wow.
Oh wow.
On a third point of damage. Oh, and he still didn't see it, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's on the right side. Maybe
Yeah,
middle
top right.
Top right. Yeah.
Top right to middle right, somewhere in that area.
Not
See what
this time,
Shane's
laser. There it is, right there.
Yeah. Whew.
Man, tricky level.
Yeah, now first priority is find some health, farm a couple enemies.
Yeah, get rid of that cat. The cat got us into this in the first place.
Okay, we now got some HP.
Some is better than none.
Yeah. I don't know if T wants to... Oh, now he's poisoned.
He's poisoned. That is an unfortunate one.
Yeah, so now he will be forced to farm some health along the way. Until he can find a mummy.
Do you think we're at a... Yeah, I was going to say. Well, are we at a point yet where you can just call that? Because, you know, it's just too much is stacked against you. With the pace you have to go at, having to kind of like scale back your pace for something like that is a bit much. A reset coming out from DT then, realising the stakes, realising the potential, culls that one for now. Haven't seen Krill for a bit. Krill's jumped back in, so just at the end of 6-1, coming to the end of 6-1, looking to get into the Cosmic Ocean again. So let's jump over there and see them after their break last time. Jetpack.
Looks like, yeah, got a Kapala already too.
And the clone gun to get a bunch of bombs. When it gets to it. Goodbye, rat. You are now delicious royal jelly.
Krill, one of our runners who has completed a run, the 141.46 completion. Currently in 4th place on the leaderboard, taking home $600 of the $5,000 prize pool. Pretty nice.
Yeah, Krill doing it the first one of the event too, which is pretty great.
Yeah, I think that was the case for a lot of people. Just like take your time, get it clear, because that's, you know, the bare minimum best, you know, is meeting the depth requirement.
Yep, just what Heck hasn't been doing. He's been rushing from the very start, and if he gets a run, he will be great. If he doesn't, yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is a thing that happens in all kinds of speedrunning as well. And you see it a lot, you know, runners who, even in a more kind of like standardized speedrun, you'll see them, these runners who have this insane pace and always do, you know, like the nuttiest strats and always push it always the furthest, but, you know, much more volatile runs in general and end up, you know, losing great potential runs to stuff that if they had just slowed down a little bit or done safety strats in certain scenarios, might have been able to, you know, get through. Might just get through it basically.
Yep,
Nice.
we get to see
Middle rope skip.
case of the skip, very consistent, but was impressive to see in my book.
And there's that constellation that Krill made earlier yesterday during the event.
What are the significance of the constellations, by the way? Because at the end of when you complete the run, you get like a constellation with a cheeky bit of Latin to follow it. Is there any significance to that, or is it just based on time you get different constellations?
I think it's based on different stuff like time, items you collected, maybe shopkeeper status. I'm not exactly sure, but it's not just time. I'm sure of that.
Yeah.
Might be a question to ask in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. Our racers are aiming for the Celeritas constellation. That's a sub 2-hour constellation, essentially. And then I believe there's 8 different constellation types that you can get based off of, like Vlad was saying, on what you do in your run.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of just a neat way to reward the player for completing the 799 run. You get a different constellation pretty much each time.
Yeah, so it depends on the crown you had. So if you had the Eggplant crown, there's a special thing. If you have rescued some dogs, cats, or rats, you have a special thing. If you have HP, you have it changes. And yeah, with score, speed, Cali favor, murderous status, like killing shopkeepers. So that stuff.
3 clones and a billion items.
That's what we like to see. Still looking for, did we see Waddler's little cave? Gotta get the bow yet.
On the bottom, I think.
Oh, okay.
Bottom right, maybe?
There we are.
Not quite right.
That'll always spawn on 7-1, so you always gotta make sure you're picking up your bow when you get this far.
Yeah, the challenge can be either 7-1, 2, or 3, but the Waddler is always 7-1. And now we have it all, just need to make our way into Hunden's abode.
Quite a nasty placement for this, this spear trap. There you go. You saw earlier as well, there was a statue that Krill also rested on. If you rest there for, I believe it's 10 seconds, you get a nice chunky bit of health. I think it's 7 health or something, or 8?
It's 4 health.
Okay.
We'll take the free health whenever we can.
Well, health is helpful. I say it's healthy practice to grab HP. The background of this map is actually really bizarre with all the mouths. Just...
It's very disturbing. The first time I was in Sunken City, I just had to stand for a moment and just look at everything.
Yeah, and then the ghost comes and you regret your decision.
Pretty much.
The arrow of light.
I like the sound effect of these bowel tunnels.
Oh, you do? Right. Okay. You make me very uncomfortable. Just that whole like, you're like, oh god.
Yeah, well, like a real bowel tunnel sound effect would probably make you feel. So I think it's a success.
It's accurate. We'll give it that. Yeah. Oh dear. Right then, we have hit the hour, and whilst it's been it's only been half an hour since our last break, I think it's a good time to take one because we do have a little bit of a surprise in hand when we return. At this point, we're going to be saying goodbye for now to Tic Tac Toe and Vlad. I believe you have. Do you guys have one more session, or is that all your last session?
I'll be here later today.
Yeah, but Vlad, you'll be back. Sorry. Tic Tac Toe, you'll be back. Vlad, this is your last session. Thank you so much indeed for joining us over the course of the weekend. I'm sure everyone has really enjoyed your input and your commentary, so thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It was a really exciting event to be part of. So I'll be watching the rest with great excitement.
Excellent. And as I said, I think we'll see you a little bit later, TTF, for some more commentary. But for now, we're going to take another short break. When we come back, we've got a nice little surprise for you. The developers, two of the developers of Spelunky 2 will be joining myself and Colin Northway on commentary, talk about the run, talk about the event, talk about the game, and just have a little bit of fun. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Spelunky 2 action and the developers, Mossmuth, after these messages. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Break the Record Live, featuring Spelunky 2. As I said before the break, we have quite a surprise for you. First, my name's Bowie the Hero. I'm joined by Colin Northway on commentary, but we are both joined by two of the developers of Spelunky 2, Derek and Mickey. Gents, thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here. How are you guys feeling? Seeing your game in this event, and these runners tearing the game apart, to use your words.
It's been amazing. Yeah. No, it's been so cool. And actually, yesterday I was inspired to play some Spelunky 2 myself. And I'm pretty proud of myself because I finally got to Sunken City without using cheats.
Hey, congratulations.
Let's go.
Welcome to Sunken City.
Yeah, no, I've been meaning to find time to play, but we've been busy with development even after the release. But yesterday, I was inspired by watching all these guys play, and I booted it up and I did it in like a couple runs, so yay for me.
Yeah, I actually have to admit, the only reason why I eventually beaten the game was due to things that I learned from speedrunners, so yeah, pretty much.
See, it's kind of similar for me because, I mean, to be honest, I always like to be frank on these events. I hadn't really heard of the series until kind of ESA had approached me and said, like, look, we're going to be doing this, and I was like, this is very interesting. This is suddenly this huge thing, and I was aware that loads of people were playing it, and I sat down with the game and got absolutely hammered. And then I started watching runs, as part of research for the event, and then suddenly there was like, I could pick up and do so much, and I think the speed runs for this game kind of unlock approaches to a game like this in such a specific way that people can just learn so well.
Yeah, I actually, after watching Speth do the skip where he takes Olmec up to the upper right corner of his lair to get to the Ankh quicker, like I actually tried that myself when I did a run, and I got crushed, but it inspired me to try it. It's like watching like Tony Hawk or something do like a skateboard trick, and then picking up a skateboard yourself and just kind of like falling on your face.
Even though you invented skateboards.
Right.
So I guess a question to ask as well, if I can remember what the line of thinking I actually had, because I'm very, very good at remembering my lines of thought. When I think I've remembered it. Yeah, when you were developing these games, obviously you developed them with a certain approach in mind. But regardless of how runners have changed the way the game could be played, or and pushed it and done things that you never thought possible. You have had a very speedrunner focused, at least awareness when it came to the development. You've been very communicative with the community, and thinking about how runners play these games when developing. Was that kind of a thing that was a bit more natural in terms of development, or was that something that you always had in mind, like from day one, we want to be in touch with this style of play?
I think for Spelunky 2, we were obviously aware, and like you said, we were in communication with the speedrunning community, but, I didn't want to design like just a speedrunning focused game. I think partly because Spelunky 1 was not a speedrun focused game, and speedrunners really took to it. So, my intention was just to create a sequel that was like a proper sequel to Spelunky 1. And of course, we took a lot of feedback from the speedrunning community, and I have to give a lot of credit to Ted Turner, who created Mossranking, because he compiled a lot of the requests from the speedrunning community for us. But I felt like what would be the most fun for speedrunners is if we did have that feedback from Spelunky 1, but otherwise, just made like a really good Spelunky game, and then they would have the opportunity to adapt to the new game and figure stuff out, and figure out those things that we wouldn't be able to as developers. My impression from just hearing speedrunners talk about the game and just talk about speedrunning in general, that a lot of the fun comes from adapting to games that aren't necessarily made just for speedrunning, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, I know there are games that like Celeste, I feel like is a game that very much had the speedrunning community in mind. I think there are a lot of decisions that were made very directly for speedrunning. And I'd say, with Spelunky 2, we did too, but more of the decisions were made sort of in terms of options and quality of life type stuff. Quality of life type options for speedrunners versus designing the game to be super fast. I think just making the game play smoothly and feel good was, that's a design decision that benefits everybody, not just speedrunners. And those are, I think, the kinds of decisions that I was looking at more so in terms of level design and things like that, or just the design of enemies and stuff and items.
Yeah. Speaking of items, Krill having to pop his ank there, getting bodied on some spikes.
Right after he got it, too. Brand new arc.
So I guess also for clarity for maybe those of the viewers who aren't quite aware of kind of both of your roles, Derek and Mickey, kind of what were your roles in terms of development for the game? So I believe that Derek, you're kind of you're like lead designer basically, and then.
Yeah, I was lead design and did most of the artwork. Mm-hmm. Justin Chan did the character artwork, and he also did pretty much all of the story illustrations and journal illustrations. But I did all the other, all the rest of the artwork.
And Mickey?
Yeah, I took care mostly of programming, carrying the project and doing what Derek asked me to, basically. That was basically my work.
Colin and I had talked about this, and Mickey, as lead programmer, I think you have a lot of control over the design also.
Yeah.
Because I think
maybe in the smaller things.
Yeah, a lot of smaller things though. Just I think the overall feel of the game and the controls, a lot of credit for that goes to Mickey, because even though a lot of the process works I'll say, hey Mickey, can we have something like this in the game, and Mickey will implement it. What I'm saying is generally fairly vague the way we work, and so that the actual details of the implementation, a lot of that is up to Mickey. And for sure these speedrunners are feeling those details when they're playing, because speedrunning is all about taking advantage of those details, right?
Yeah, that's something that I didn't really see as design until just a few weeks ago when we were just precisely discussing this. But yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
God, whose fault is this? Whose fault is the octopus that jump up at you from?
Okay, if it's something bad, I'm going to say it's Derek's fault. Whenever it's something good, that's completely on me.
Yeah, we're gonna be taking turns just throwing each other under the bus during this interview.
Well, you'll be lucky when you get to Cosmic Ocean because Eric did the level design for Cosmic Ocean, right? So you guys can both blame him.
Eric.
Yeah, that's true. And
Yeah.
seeing how these speedrunners spend most of their time in Cosmic Ocean, that's one of the things that's been nuts to watch. Is just the fact that these runners get to Cosmic Ocean in like 10 minutes. So crazy.
It
it
doesn't really trivialize it, but it's kind of nuts, isn't it? When you know someone can spend a day and they're like, "Oh, I'm still stuck on 1-4, dude," and then it's like, "Well, yeah, in 10 minutes I've cleared the game." So, it's like, all right. That's the nature of speedrunning, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, no, it's cool to see Spelunky evolve as a speedrunning game. I've said this before, but you know, when I made like the very first freeware version of the game, I thought it would be a terrible speedrunning game because of the randomization. And it was actually on the, when I read a pretty long post on the Speed Demo archive of how to speedrun Spelunky Classic, that I don't know, it just really opened my eyes about speedrunning. Because at that time, my impression was that the perfect speedrun game would be just like a completely deterministic game. But I do see how RNG is actually just a really fun part of speedrunning, and obviously, with like roguelikes, they've become fairly popular as speedrunning games. So yeah, my opinion has obviously changed completely in terms of speedrunning over the years.
And so were you thinking about speedrunning when you made HD? Because you were thinking about it a lot for this one, but was it also in your mind for HD?
Yeah, it was. I think when you're making decisions on like how to design a game, like you're always thinking, at least for me, I'm always thinking about all kinds of different things at once. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of like in the back of your head, I would say, when you're designing a game, at least for Spelunky and Spelunky 2. And for Spelunky, I'd say as time went on, speedrunning has become like more and more present in the back of my head as I'm designing. Yeah,
So I was gonna say,
seeing the skip to Sunken City, like not having to use the Chilene at all is awesome. Those are always just mind blowing. I think every time I see that, even if it's like the 100th time I've seen it, it's really cool.
Are you just outraged? Should we call Krell and tell him he's playing it wrong?
No, I like seeing games, including ones that I've worked on, get broken. I think it's part of video games that are so awesome,
I think because obviously developers always have a certain approach that they have to the way that because they can never figure out how a player is going to play their game, but they just kind of want to create something that is going to be open for all of it. So when something kind of goes against or changes that your expectation, at least, of how that looks, I think it's kind of an interesting relationship that
it is really interesting. I like to leave things pretty open, I think, in terms of, to me, it's kind of like you're having a discussion with the player through the artwork, right? And I of course have my own feelings and expectations about the game and the way I play. But I know that once the game comes out, like everyone's gonna have their own feelings about it, and they're gonna find things about the game and discover things that I didn't know about. And then, I think what's cool about Spelunky is that, Mickey and I are talking about how we're actually learning from watching the speedrunners play. We're learning things to try ourselves in our own play, and also just getting inspired to play our own game more. So it's really like a back and forth that I just think is so great. And I think about video games as just like they're just very open and I don't like to kid myself that I fully understand a game that I worked on just because I worked on it, right? Like once the game gets released, it kind of takes on its own life.
Yes.
It's like born in a way, and then you can really see like the true potential of it.
A phenomenon, I believe, called Death of the Author, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I know, I think artists have
no.
different feelings about that kind of stuff, but for me, like, I really love it.
Yeah. So we just saw Group got all the way to 7-4, killed the boss, but then again, I think he died on the way up, lost the Yank, and then the Ho Yibo got crushed again. So he went out with a blaze of glory by throwing about 1 billion bombs into the fray. So he's resetting. Yeah.
Groom's run, like his final run from yesterday, was so amazing. I was like, I couldn't sit. I was just like pacing, watching him play, and just gritting my teeth. Oh, it was so funny too, because my wife and daughter were watching with me, and at one point my wife is like, "Why does he play like that?" I was just cracking up because, I don't know. He does seem to have a style of play that is just.
Because he's just so fast.
It feels like a little reckless. I don't know. Maybe it was just that run in particular that she walked in on, but so much crazy stuff happened in Cosmic Ocean that she said that, and I was just cracking up.
Ooh.
Well, Twiggle's looking very handsome in blue.
Yeah, I was going to say stunning. So let's talk about this character for a bit. What happened here, Derek?
Oh yeah, well, there in any selection of characters, there always has to be one just best character, absolute number one top character that everyone agrees is just OP rank S god tier. And in Spelunky, since all the characters are functionally the same, the only way to make one of those characters like that was to mold him after a demigod that I knew in real life. And I looked over and there was Colin, so. Colin played a lot of the first Spelunky before it came out. We've obviously been friends for a long time both as game developers. I don't know have you talked about your game development stuff at all, Colin?
I guess it'd be on Scream.
Yeah. Yeah, Colin is an awesome game developer. Currently doing a lot of great work with virtual reality. And we've known each other a long time. He did a lot of testing for Spelunky 1. And I don't know why, the thing I remember most about you playing Spelunky 1 before it came out was just saying that the teleporter was bad.
Oh my god, I did already bring this up.
Okay, yeah.
I think for most players, the teleporter is bad. It's not my fault that speedrunners are so good that they can take a bad item and make it amazing.
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to rub in your face or anything. It just, I think because you were very pointed about that fact during Spelunky 1's development, like this item is just so bad, it's so useless, no one's gonna use it.
Well, the good thing about Derek is he's extremely good at not taking feedback.
I think I kind of like it when people say stuff like that. I take it as
it just gives you more power,
a challenge. Yeah.
Hey, this thing is what I say this kind of in jest, but it's pretty much true that if you give Derek feedback that something is too hard, he'll never change it. But if you tell him it's too easy, he'll be happy to make it harder.
Yeah, so you can kind of reverse psychology me. No, but seriously, your feedback has been invaluable for both games. So I should mention that too, on top of just repeating the teleporter story over and over.
Oh, well, then you can explain to me why if there's a broken arrow on the ground and you lean down to pick up some, like a shotgun, you'll pick up the broken arrow instead. If my feedback is so valuable.
That's something that we've meant to be working on for a long time, and we've never just gotten around to doing it. So it's just,
Well, I feel like
the
it
arrow
might.
is on top, so that's it.
Yeah, it's a depth issue, and I
Yeah.
think the reason why that the broken arrow is on top is because it's smaller visually, and then things that are smaller just tend to be in front in Spelunky. But I don't know if I ever got that piece of feedback from you, Colin.
Oh, you definitely. It was the first. Literally, I'll bring up the email right now.
Oh, geez, you got the receipts.
Was there? I guess the question I had more about kind of like particular things because when it comes to like action platforming style games, looking for the telefrag, I was kind of like I think I kind of always assume when it comes to these kinds of games, is I was kind of looking for some sort of like upgrade to the whip. Now, whilst you can get the power pack to get like a flaming whip and stuff like that, I was kind of expecting almost like this kind of like a range increase. Was that ever a thing that you kind of considered? Because I know that the whole point of the whip is that it's your default your default weapon, and making it too powerful, means it kind of like trivializes other weaponry. And the idea is you want to try and incentivize other weapons, and the whole exploration side of it for that reason. But was that ever a thing kind of considered? Was there any kind of inspiration taken from like other action platformers? I mean, the obvious one would be something like Castlevania in that regard, using the whip.
Yeah, I think we did consider that. I mean, in Spelunky 1, there was the Chris knife, which worked a lot like Excalibur in Spelunky 2, except it was a permanent upgrade. It wasn't an item that you had to pick up. I mean, I think the main reason why we don't have more things like that is it's just more interesting to have the weapon upgrades be items that you can pick up and put down and drop and things like that. It just works better, I think, with the Spelunky philosophy to not have those kinds of strict weapon upgrades. It doesn't mean that there's not like a good idea for one out there. It's just, I think ideas tend to lean, for Spelunky, ideas tend to lean towards stuff that, can be dropped and can be knocked out of your hand because it just creates more interesting scenarios. And so that's kind of how it ended up like that.
It almost seemed like there was an emphasis on fragility in the game. Like everything was power. There was so many powerful options, but in order to make use of it, you had to be very, very precise and careful because it's very easy to lose it.
Oh, for sure. I think that's actually a great term to use, is fragility. I think you obviously just get so much more tension from that kind of feeling. I don't know. I think more and more I'm starting to just appreciate games where your character is actually kind of weak, but you can do a lot with it. Obviously I think games where you just feel like an incredible superhero or something like that are also just super cool. But there's just so much tension from being like a weak character that, I think fragility, I think is if I were to pick a term that is kind of core to the premise of Spelunky, I think that's a great one.
Yeah, I think you make a good point. That whole idea of like your character's weak. It's almost that sort of survival horror type deal as well, where it's like different types of strength for the character and for the player.
I'm studying this Olmec skip again because I really want to learn how to do this. Yeah,
because it's faster than doing all of Olmec.
It is. And Olmec still scares the heck out of me. Yeah, Olmec I'm still very happy with as a boss because I think it really speaks to that feeling of fragility. And it's kind of like, one of the reasons why I'm so scared of him is just because no matter how prepared you are in the levels before, he can still just crush you in an instant.
But that Olmec fight, that was the one that took, I guess, was the most troublesome through release, though, eh?
Yeah, it was. Just the different forms. particularly that second form, of course. There was like the first iteration of it, you could just kind of stand on his head and wait for him to just bomb out the entire level. And yeah, I'm really happy with the way it works now. I think that was like we were close. It was just trying to figure out like the right way of kind of limiting him to make it so that he's still interesting, and there are kind of like fast skips and stuff like that, and faster ways of fighting him, while still essentially letting you see all three different forms.
Do you feel like Olmec is finished now?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I mean, you never know what people are going to discover, but it feels good to me now.
Yeah. Do you think the whole game? Because you talked about the Spelunky solidifies over time, and as you make changes less and less. And do you think Spelunky 2 is pretty much where you want it to be now?
I think it's definitely at the point where the changes we want to make are going to be smaller, unless there are like serious problems found. Yeah, I do like that idea that once a game comes out, its form starts to harden, even if it's not quote unquote perfect. Like it kind of has its personality. Once after release, like it has its personality, and kind of in those first few months, maybe it's a little bit more malleable, but as time goes on, it just kind of hardens into the type of game it's going to become. I mean, these days, I can't help but find like all these parallels between game design and being a parent, but I kind of see it as like, when the game comes out, it's born, and it is born with like a personality, but in those first few months, I guess you can kind of nurture it a bit, but then afterwards it's like its own independent person.
So being a parent after a couple months, that's pretty much kids set out, nothing more you can really do.
I mean, there's a lot you can do, but I think that the time scales between video games and people are different, but you do see as a parent that kids like they have their own personality, and you're there to kind of help them grow into the best version of that person that they're born as, But yeah, I think the main idea is just like I just don't want to keep working on any game really just like forever, other than kind of making smaller improvements and like little bits of polish as time goes on, because I do think games have their personality, and even the parts that are rough are like, those a lot of times those are the more interesting parts of the game.
I think, a very, very good point as well, especially for speedrunners, like, and those kind of elements when you look at either older games that people really like, they kind of like them for their flaws and for those those little quirks and personalities that you were talking about that makes them not perfect creations. The things that are usually wrong with them are the things that people celebrate and enjoy the most. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, and I think over time, especially, people just get used to things. They like those quirks, and they don't want to see them changed. And then you make a sequel, and that does change some of those things, and people will be kind of up in arms about it. It's really interesting, but I love that. I love the way this all works, where like, you release games and just the discussion around them. What's good, what's bad, what do I like, what do I not like, and how like history kind of judges games over time. It's all very interesting, and I think for that reason, that's one of the reasons like why I don't want to just keep changing stuff like forever.
Yeah. just to quickly give our viewers a little bit of update what's going on around the sides as well, because obviously we are about 5.5 hours into our final day, almost halfway through our final day, so final 6-ish hours coming up here. DT's on another cracking run, 7:23 at 21 and a half minutes. Group looking to get his Arrow of Light to get into the Cosmic Ocean. Zanagir has donned the blue hat and much facial hair. Same with Speth, who started a brand new run. Krill's in the Cosmic Ocean as well, 26 minutes, 7:14. Yeah. I may have told the runners between, 5 and 6 p.m. my time, 6-7 CET to play as Colin.
Yeah. Well, that's when we'll start to see the really good runs come out. Then.
Exactly, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, right now we got Twiggle on an absolute screamer. 4:02 ahead, 10:35 coming into 6:4. Yeah. So I mean, whilst obviously we are playing Cosmic Ocean, but I did want to, because you've been watching, for the entire weekend, you guys, Derek and Mickey. Day one we had All Shortcuts and Tiamat, which is a very, very different category, and we had a new world record set with the 14:39, I believe, or was it 39, 34? It was good. It was a fast time.
Great. It was amazing.
Yeah. What was it like watching day one? Because obviously this is a bigger category, much more endurance based. But when it came to kind of like optimizing on a very minimal level, those first 6 worlds. Seeing that element of the speedrunning rather than just kind of the these kind of like itemized builds and then just pure execution from 7.5 onwards, what did it kind of feel like seeing AST going underway?
It was, I mean, it's honestly almost, it's hard for me to like keep up with what they're doing. They make the game so much faster than the way I play it. So it was just, I think, very cool and inspiring. I don't know, what did you think about it, Mickey?
I haven't been able to follow too much the stream this weekend, but yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. Like I mentioned before, I've actually learned to play and beat the game just by watching these guys. So what else can I say?
Yeah.
It's a really neat idea to play the game like that. I mean, to make a category where you're trying to unlock all this stuff and it kind of goes across, like a lot of different runs versus just a single run. I think that's such an interesting idea, and actually, I'm curious whether there are other games that are speedrun like that. Because it was definitely introduced to me through Mossranking and the Spelunky speedrunning community. Just this idea. Yeah, I don't know, Bowie, like as a speedrunner yourself, like do you know of any other games that are speedrun like across a lot of different runs like that?
In terms of like because we were using RTA, weren't we, and kind of like resetting, so it wasn't like one segment thing of like turn game on complete, because you can't for something like that, and that was a decided choice that you made that in terms of it being a roguelike. So I mean, I guess there are things where because at least my experience is a lot more with RPGs, which operate in a very, very different way anyway. But usually you'll have things where you might need to complete the game once to unlock something that you can then go and complete in a separate way. But rather than I think it's quite unique, the whole idea of doing like small runs here and there in order to
I'm
sorry, I have the finale.
I'm doing an interview right now. Good morning, though.
Family saying hi. Bless.
Yeah, sorry about that, Bowie.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Oh yeah, sorry. So yeah, you were saying about.
Well, I was just
completely
saying
missed
that. No, it's fine. I was just kind of saying that like most games don't tend to have multiple restarts and kind of resets in as part of like built into the run itself. Most things are single segment, and you have those kind of two styles, either like roguelite and roguelike, where you have things that are like there's this global progress that you're making per run versus no real progress per run, and to kind of combine the two in AST with this thing that this tangible progress being made with shortcuts, but still a run has to be started from the beginning type deal. It was a weird kind of amalgamation of those, which made for an interesting run.
Yeah, the Spelunky community has been so creative about speedruns and just coming up with cool categories and things like that. So, I think when designing the game, I
didn't even know you could do that. Go Twiggle.
Yeah, the early skip to Cosmic Ocean before Hundun even gets to the top is just, it's so wild. And the way they recover too,
straight into a temple level. Oh god.
Yeah. It wasn't me. My hands are off the.
Yeah, no, you can't get blamed anymore.
Is there any kind of interest in maybe adding in other layers to Cosmic Ocean? Because you get the main 6 worlds, but maybe Duat might be a thing potentially, or the other places that exist in the game having their tile sets added to Cosmic Ocean.
I mean, I think at this point, probably not. That's definitely, I think, something that we may have considered before release, but I think after release, that's a kind of thing where we probably wouldn't change that now.
Okay. Yeah. It's always a lot harder work than it seems. Everyone people might approach it as in, it's just adding another tile set.
Yeah, I mean it's not even just the work per se, but to me that feels like a change that does it would be a pretty big change to sort of the character of the game without really fixing anything, fixing anything broken or improving the quality of life of the players too much.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, most likely, we're I'm not planning right now on adding any new worlds or anything like that to the game.
Sure.
But certainly, I think I saw people in chat mentioning items like Elixir and potentially buffing something like that. And I at this point, I think I'd still be open to things like that for sure. It wouldn't be, I don't think it'd be anything too drastic, but yeah, I'd still be open to stuff like that.
Oh yeah, so I guess you could still add jetpack to the temple run, so it's balanced out with Vlad's Cape.
Wait, say that again?
It was pet hobby is always... Yeah, well, we can talk about this. So the 2 routes, right? There's temple route and there's temple route on the one side and then tide pool on the other. Or no, sorry, not temple, tide pool. Okay, yeah, there's jungle on one side and volcano on the other. And Vlad's Cape is in volcano, so it's really hard to go jungle. We've kind of talked about this before, but you're not so worried about balancing stuff out, right? Tide pool versus temple, almost nobody goes temple, but you could balance that out. You could add an obvious thing is if you put a jetpack in Duat, then people could go jungle and then temple, say.
Right. I mean, I think specifically with regards to the jetpack, I don't think I want. I mean, I specifically, when doing the design for the game, did not want to put a permanent jetpack anywhere.
Yeah.
And I feel like the game is much more interesting without having a jetpack that you can just get every run. Oh! Speaking of jetpacks,
Colin, no! Survive, Colin!
Recovery there.
Oh, Colin.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
We're worried for you, Colin.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still pretty. Maybe alive in title. At this
Oh no, Colin!
Yeah.
Having a right nightmare here, mate.
Yeah.
Who did the voice for that,
pinball
by the
action
way?
going on?
These redheads, and they're like, oh, when they get. Who did that? Because that's amazing.
I'm pretty sure those are Eric himself.
Oh, what a lucky bounce.
Yeah, we were inspired by pinball when we were designing Neo Babylon. I mean, there was just some design, like we did some design on Neo Babylon, and I think it was Eric who was like, "This reminds me of pinball," and I was like, "That's awesome, yeah, that's perfect." And then I think he added pinball sounds to it after that.
Oh, jellyfish!
Oh, jeez.
Well, after losing the jetpack.
Their ability to just like finish a run that goes that deep into the game and then
it's
just
amazing.
start a new one.
Yeah, and not throw a controller or like even look. I mean, there's like a bit of frustration in the face, but
The thing is, when you're designing the game, you know, because it's not just a speedrunning game, you know, you have to think about people playing it from like all different angles, including beginners. And I think in terms of like whether items get used or whether people go to certain areas, I mean, I think it's okay for me if like from a speedrun sense, an area just isn't really used that much, as long as people are playing it and enjoying it to some degree, in some sense. That said, I do think Temple could probably use a little bit of buff.
oh, what an interesting statement.
I think it could.
Yeah.
We've been discussing that behind the scenes for sure,
Yeah, wow.
right, Mickey?
Yeah, I'm guessing the special compass isn't really worth that much, right? So
Well, no,
players
some
that are-
speedrunners do actually. Some people do get the special compass. We've seen a couple this weekend of people who
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, I definitely saw Twiggle use it to great effect in one run. And then also, I've seen a lot of people go to jungle actually during this event, which is cool.
DT's last run of the night was jungle because I was trying to just fishing for jetpacks in the black market.
So it's definitely okay. Like we're definitely not aiming for 50-50 in terms
Like
of
complete balance parity.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for one thing, that's just impossible, but also, yeah, I don't know that that's necessarily ideal anyways.
Yeah, it's kind of from that personality standpoint, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, you're talking about like the personality of the game as a whole, but you want the areas to have personality too. And I think just the discussions are really interesting around stuff when it's not balanced. I mean, I've heard this kind of discussion around fighting games too, right? Like in terms of character balance. And I know that there are people who feel like, well, not only is character balance impossible, but it's just like, you don't want that. You know, ouch.
The stun is sometimes alarming. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Scary. It didn't actually blow up. It put it into the sand.
Oh, geez. Just seeing a bee come out of quicksand is just a really scary sight.
It's a nightmare, isn't it? Derek!
Well, I
Sorry,
think
Eric.
DT can
Eric,
thank.
sorry.
Oh yes! Wow!
Oh,
amazing.
jeez.
Oh, I love it. Was so heinous.
I love DT's smile toward the camera after something like that.
That was. Oh.
He just looks at the camera and just smiles and he's like, "Did you see that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I saw that. I was screaming."
One particularly unethical level there. There was a couple of questions that kind of have been brought up, and I wonder if we can maybe get a few questions from the community to ask you as well. But a question that came from ESA's own Planks, actually, because I know that he's a big fan of this, and actually wanted to ask what you think that the multiplayer patch has brought to the game and kind of did to change that personality of the game that you were talking about. Because multiplayer in this game is very, very different and crazy in its own right. And how did that feel? You know, kind of changing the game up. And
I mean, I will let Mickey talk about this because he and Blit did a lot of work on the multiplayer. I would just say, for me, it's just really cool because it is like kind of an entirely different way to play, and that's one of the things that we were going for in terms of the design was just allowing people to approach Spelunky from a lot of different ways. Honestly, I mean, Spelunky it's such a hard game, but I do kind of feel like there's something in there for everyone, and you can play multiplayer, or playing multiplayer online in particular really changes the multiplayer experience, and you can kind of approach it at all different kinds of speeds. And I think what's difficult is sort of setting the expectation for people, because the game does have this reputation now for being like such a difficult, hardcore game. And, I think like speedruns and stuff like that get a lot of attention in the press. But, it was designed with all kinds of people in mind, and I know that like a lot of kids enjoy the game playing either single player or, multiplayer co-op. I think is just like a really popular way for kids to play with their siblings, with their friends, with their family. Like, Mickey's kids and, my kid, they all really enjoy playing Spelunky, and they're quite young. So, but, in terms of like, yeah, I think the like technical implementation and how that felt for you, Mickey. Yeah, what do you think?
Well, first of all, I'd like to give a shout out to Guillermo. That's nicknamed NWDD. He's the one that's been working most of the online patches. So that would be something for him to speak to if he was here. But yeah, I think it's been a very interesting feature to add, especially the technical side. But also, I think I've had like a lot of good feedback about the online mode, and I've played it a bit as well. Not too much though, but I've played it a bit and I've had a great time. So I don't know, even if this is a mostly single player game, in my opinion, especially because most of the balance is made towards around single player precisely. Like there's a lot of things that you can just skip if you go co-op, for example. But that also gives players an easier time. Well, sometimes, because sometimes having several players on the game is actually worse. So you know what I mean. But yeah, I think it's been a very nice addition. I think I'm very happy with how it's turning out.
Good. Excellent. Always good to hear, because players, you'll have the ones who will kind of want to actually cooperate, and some people want to try and catch each other out and try and cause grief. And again, it kind of similar to how just creating a game in general and letting that be in the hands of the players and let that become whatever it is for the players themselves. Right. The same is true of multiplayer. You kind of want to create an experience that's what it is, but then regardless of how how players play together in that scope, kind of can change what multiplayer is intended to be or could be as well.
Yeah, one of my first online multiplayer games that I tried, where I just played randoms. Like when I play, I tend to just bring the turkeys to Yang and then get his little prize and continue his quest. And I remember I was playing with a bunch of people, and I did that, and I brought him all the turkeys, and he gave me the key, and then one of my online companions just ran in and just blew him away. And I was like or just like, I think they just like chucked like just a bunch of bombs into the pen where the turkeys were. I just blew them all up. It felt like I was a kid at the beach, and I built like this really nice sandcastle, and someone just came and just kicked it over, and I was like, okay, I guess that's what we're doing now. So, yeah.
Poor Yang.
Poor Yang. Yeah, Yang doesn't get enough love, in my opinion.
Now's the chance to give Yang love. Big thumbs up.
Yeah, I'm here to just set the record straight on all this stuff.
How big was the team overall, actually? Oh, go ahead, Colin, sorry.
No, sorry, nothing.
I was just going to ask how big the team was. You kind of put at the end of it all, kind of was it one of those kind of quite a close knit team of developers and friends trying to come together, or was it a surprisingly large group of developers at the end of it all?
Well,
the core team was fairly small. Wouldn't you say, Mickey?
Yeah, Yeah, I first started the project alone, and I can tell for how long. But then Javi Moya joined, and he's been working on mostly gameplay and also working on the AI. And then there's Guillermo, who joined maybe 1 year ago. I don't remember exactly, and he's been working mostly on the online, as I mentioned before. And then we have all this QA team from Lollipop Robot. I can't tell how many they are, but they're, I don't know, maybe
There are
they're
many.
around 10. I can't really tell. But yeah, so it's not an especially large group
Sure.
on our part.
It's a big expansion from Spelunky 1 for sure.
Yeah.
Eric, let's not forget Eric.
And there's Eric, yeah, and then Justin, who's been working on art especially.
Yeah.
And Derek Liu as well on marketing. On what's the name? The
Trailers.
Yeah, exactly, trailers. And I don't know if I'm missing someone.
Yeah, I think it's just people aren't sure, when they hear Blit, like exactly how big Blit is. But as far as the number of people that worked on the game from Blit, it was fairly small.
Yeah,
and Tony, of course, you can't forget Tony.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, of course. I mean, we've had some other people join, doing maybe smaller parts or maybe working on the port of the game to PS4. And yeah, so there's Tony, there's Cesar. Yeah, I just can't remember all the names, but yeah. With Blit is around, I think we're about 20 to 30 people, but we're mostly focused on doing game ports. So most people haven't been working on this project. Yeah, they've been just doing projects on the side.
Sure. I think we're coming up. We've got like 5 minutes left, so yeah. I guess we don't want to keep you too long, but I'll say now. So yeah, big thank you for joining us. But is there any kind of things you kind of either wanted to say to the community or to everyone about Spelunky or any kind of message you want to send people?
I did get one question on Twitter by I think it was Blanks. And I don't know what it is about. I think I'm guessing it has to do with this, getting the jetpack. So I'm going to say I did check, and the chance of getting a jetpack from a present is like 1 in 24. So I'm guessing you guys know. I'm guessing you guys know what this is about.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
So there you go. Those are the chances.
I had a really random question, and this is just because it came up when I was playing the game. I got this weird vibe, and like the atmosphere in this game is something that's really, really, one of the things that really stood out to me and made me go, "Oh, actually, I really like this atmosphere." I'm not sure if anyone who kind of like created either the audio or the general tile set had played a game called Equinox. I brought this up recently, and I'm sorry for bringing it up again. But just, I got this real... Their games are nothing alike. They're nothing alike in terms of like the gameplay or the look or the feel. But there's something weird about the atmosphere and a bit of a vibe I got that just made me think of Equinox, which is like a sequel to Solstice. I'm not sure if any of you have actually heard of it or played it, but I was wondering.
Yeah, I definitely played Solstice when I was a kid, and not Equinox. Although I was aware of Equinox from, probably from reading Nintendo Power magazines like that. But yeah, Solstice is great. And I'll ask Eric, who did the audio for the game, if he's played Equinox. I'm sure he knows of the game.
Yeah.
I think in general, I love the fact that you use the phrase weird vibe, because I think Eric and I in particular really love that about old games. They just feel so mysterious somehow, and I think in particular there's this feeling that there's just like things going on behind the scenes in the game that you don't know about, but are just waiting there for you to discover. And I think a lot of that vibe is just in, how much is kind of left explained and how much you just get like hints of things. Not like hints in the sense of, here's a text that says this is a hint, but like more, like I think little hints sort of in the in the artwork, in the graphics, in the music.
Yeah.
Where, yeah, you know, like in Solstice, for example, you'll walk into a room and there'll just be kind of like, there might just be like a very strange sort of obelisk or something like in the corner of the room, right? Like that's the kind of thing you'd find in like an old Nintendo game.
Yeah.
It's just like, there's just like a statue that just like looks different from like any other statue in the game. And it seems like you should be able to do something with it, but you can't necessarily. And maybe you can't at all, you know, like maybe the developers just put it there just kind of because.
Yeah,
So-
asking questions in that regard is a really fascinating thing, and yeah, I think music was a big part of that because there's not much music in Equinox, but when it plays, I just kind of got that same like feeling from it, that there was something not quite right about the worlds I was in, but there was something quite engaging and actually quite beautiful about it as well. I think that was like the moment that I kind of like clicked with the game, is kind of just that experience. But, yeah.
Right, and I think there's a feeling with with those games where it's like they don't necessarily care whether you figure something out or not, right? Like, you know, I've talked about this before also, but like there's kind of a sense of indifference of the game toward you, and that makes the places in the game feel much more real and mysterious. And I think it feels really cool when you do figure something out, because it's not handed to you. It's not like the developers put, you know, sort of like increasingly more direct hints as you keep engaging with something. Like if you don't figure it out, you might just not figure it out.
Yeah, you'll never know
yeah.
unless you check. Yeah, unless you like really figure it out.
I think that's actually a really good, important way to think about Spelunky and other games. It's something I value a lot. I'm not sure I had actually thought about that until you said it out loud, but like I used to do a lot of rock climbing, and there's, you know, indoor and outdoor, and I always loved the challenge of outdoor more because it's not designed by someone, you're not supposed to do it. And as soon as you said that about Spelunky, like the skips are such a great example of that. Like literally nobody designed that. Like it's in some way you're finding strengths of the natural world and introducing them to your games.
Yeah, and it's why we love watching people play the game, and why we love watching speedrunners play. I love that there's like, you know, a science to speedrunning, and that there are people that are kind of like designated researchers, right? Like they may not even be the fastest runners, but they're there to, you know, task the game, or they're there just to find glitches and stuff like that. And I love how all of that research kind of comes together and then gets used by the people who can kind of execute stuff the best. It's just awesome, like cooperation between different personalities that are all like interested in the game, and it's really cool. I think it kind of just speaks to the ingenuity and curiosity of humanity through video games, through play. You know, I think that's an important aspect of play.
Play is a very important part of our lives. Yeah. It really is. It really is. Oh man, it's taking me back to my degree days. Oh jeez, I haven't been an academic for a while. Just thinking about that, yeah. But yeah, very, very fascinating stuff and very interesting conversations. It has hit the top of the hour, so I think we're going to have to wrap this up and kind of say goodbye to you guys now. Again, if there's any kind of final thoughts you kind of either wanted to leave us with the community, or anyone watching who is a fan of the game that you wanted to say to them before we head out here.
For me, just thank you very much. Everyone on the team, we're just very grateful for everyone who's played the game and enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely. Same thing.
And thank you ESA, thank you Bowie and all the casters for helping put on this event, because it's been so cool. I've just loved every minute of it.
Excellent. Well, yeah, thank you so much indeed for joining us as well. I mean, you gave the people a very fun game here.
Pain.
Very fun game, quote unquote.
Perfect place to end it. Oh man.
Oh man. That's perfect. A perfect way to end the segment, I think. No better way. But it's a really fascinating game, and to see what the runners have put together has been, and to be fair, the passion from the communities is one of the funnest things about Break Record Live. You know, loads of people come together and I get to meet all these new people and see their passions for their games, and it's always a great thing. So thank you for joining us, and thank you again for supporting the event in the way that you have. Again, like the prize pools our players are playing for are courtesy of the guys at Mossmouth. So it's wonderful. So cheers again for joining us. We're going to take a very, very quick break, just a few minutes, and then we'll be returning with a change of host and commentators. And yeah, we will see you very, very shortly as it heats up here, as DT is on 772 on a very, very low 1 hour pace. So we'll see how that picks up. Cheers again, Derek and Mickey, for joining us. It's an absolute pleasure to talk to you. Thank you, Colin, for being here with us as well.
Well, I'll stick around for another hour, I think.
Yes, you will. And your face is still on screen, I hope. Good. There's three U's. Excellent. Well, we'll just take that short break. Cheers again to our sponsors, Twitch, Kaspersky, ViewSonic Elite, and of course the lovely guys at Mossmouth. We will be back in a few minutes to come to the latter half of the final day of Spelunky 2 at Break the Record Live. Don't go anywhere. Thank you.
Welcome back to Break the Record Live. We're playing Spelunky 2, and we're in the category of Cosmic Ocean. I'm hosting for a bit. I'm Ix, and with me is Colin Northway and Meow.
Hello.
So just a state of where we're at right now. DT is really deep into a Cosmic Ocean run, already on 783, and about 7 minutes behind his current PB. So there still is the chance we might get a sub-hour run at this point, and I'm really excited to see what he's going to be able to pull out here. The other thing we should say is we just had Derek Yu and also Mickey, two of the game designer and also the lead programmer for Spelunky 2. Thanks so much for your insights and also for this prize pool that these runners are playing for. Yeah, so Colin, you've been on the stream most recently. Do you want to talk about how things are going?
Yeah,
very quickly.
Had a super solid run. Just picked up poison, which is really unfortunate. At 9 health when the poison popped up, is trying super hard to just milk blood out of everything he can to try to bump up that health. It's like it's a really unfortunate to get poisoned this late with that health total. I mean, the way
just
out of
one more thing.
Go super fast and to try to milk health while possible. Hit a couple of mosquitoes, which are good. Mosquitoes drop twice as much health. So, I mean, doing pretty good. Down to 6. Just needs to find bubbles and health as quickly as possible. Back up to 7.
Yeah.
So, I mean, very super tense now.
And it'll be interesting to see how that takes his focus away from the other main objectives, looking for those bubbles, looking for that exit. So just the time, and also, is that going to make it just a more dangerous run elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, certainly it's hard enough to get to Cosmic Ocean with, when that's your only consideration. Now it's got to be try to farm blood at the same time. Dwelling is a good place to get blood, which is good. Dwelling and jungle are good places to pick up blood, so hope to see those. He could still hope to find a mummy in a temple level, but other than mummies, temple doesn't have a lot of blood in it, so we don't probably want to see many temple levels.
Yeah, and we saw DT, there was 3 bombs out there for him, but that's not what we're looking for at this point. It's just purely HP, bubbles, exit, and we're going. Little tick damage there, putting it down to 5.
Every tick damage hurts a lot now, but fast level, I mean, this is good. Those Yetis have a lot of blood in them, so possibility to pick up maybe another health point, but I mean, with the jetpack, if he had wings, it'd be a lot easier to... Oh, yes! That's just exactly what he wants to see.
So, really interesting decision. How long will he farm the Mummy Vomit for? What is the critical hit point you think you're looking for here?
Yeah, I don't know, and especially because he still has to finish this level. He doesn't know anything about the level, so he hasn't taken the time. He doesn't know how big the level is. He doesn't know where the other bubbles might be, so there's a lot of variables going into this decision.
Love this
I mean-
optimization problem.
Yeah, he's got 10 levels to go, so I don't know, probably somewhere around here is a reasonable comfort level.
Okay, 24 on the dot.
Oh my god.
Oh,
All those locusts are just going
just
across
look
the
at
world.
techno-
Oh, so cool.
It's still a relatively fast level for spending that time to just farm the blood, too.
Yeah,
that
just 45 seconds or so. That's not too bad.
That was such a great level to pick up at this moment.
Yep, so 9 more stages, including this one. So
Hopefully
clearly,
that takes some mental load off of DT here and you can focus on what's more important.
yeah. Really tricky interior entrance or exit here.
Oh no. Oh, that's really disappointing to see.
That's probably just a combination of having, so much on his mind and then releasing a little bit of it off and then another tricky exit.
Yeah.
Just a lot of
Heartbreaking.
emotions in a short amount of time.
Wow. All right. So that's an unfortunate end, but very tricky level. We just got, it felt like a reprieve on health, but a lot of things that kill you with just one hit, and we saw that there with the bubbles. So unfortunate
Easy
for
to die.
DT.
Easy to die in Spelunky.
Yeah. A tough outcome. Well, I've switched it over here to Speff just because I think we haven't seen him for a little while. One stage away from entering the Cosmic Ocean, and has all the items he needs. So 99 bombs, ropes. He's got the Kapala and plenty of health.
Totally set up.
So Colin, you were very disciplined about not bringing up all the other ways that Derek and Mickey can make the game even harder. We heard a couple of ideas early in the broadcast from Carla Braun, the lasers in Neo Babylon exploding jetpacks.
Yeah, I'm never gonna bring that stuff up with Derek. You never know what it's gonna happen.
What about the getting poisoned while poisoned? Reducing the timer to 15 seconds. I really like that one, actually. I love the poison mechanic.
Well, we did a podcast with the Eggplant show crew, and one of them mentioned that there are no bear traps or the closing traps in Cosmic Ocean, and that seems like a very dangerous thing to say out loud.
Yep. I think it came up as almost thanking Derek for that very intentional design decision, but I think it was just an oversight, and we haven't seen him yet.
Forgot about it. Yeah.
Yep.
They haven't come in yet, so we shouldn't be talking about it now. We're making a horrible mistake.
We'll just wait for the patch notes. We'll get in there. Another thing that could make the game harder, Neo Babylon has lava, but it does not have the magma men, so they could add magma men to Neo Babylon levels.
Yeah, that always struck me as uncharacteristically generous too. Also, because there's no lava men at the bottom of Olmec as well, and there was an HD.
Yeah, I actually
right.
hadn't thought of that, the Neo Babylon Magma Men, and I've been avoiding lava even more carefully because I didn't know that they weren't appearing, so now I can take it a little bit riskier from here on out.
Yeah, uncharacteristically generous.
So there are a couple of other instances where, compared to HD, it feels like there has been some generosity. Being able to ledge grab right as you jump on spikes is something that would have killed you in HD, but you live through in Spelunky 2. That's the main one that comes to mind.
I'm sure that's Mickey. I'm sure we can thank Mickey for that one. Mickey doesn't hate us. Derek wants us to suffer. I think Mickey's on our side.
Very nice. Gotta find out all the other projects that Mickey's working on so we can support that generous game development and coding.
can't think of any other examples where 2 is more lenient.
By the way, we do have a comment in Twitch chat by our friend here. Do you seem to
Very
like the
attractive
idea of
Magma
more
Men.
Magma Men?
Oh, that was I think I heard a bubble pop there.
Just off screen?
Off-screen bubble pop, I think, from the pot falling down.
So yet again, another generous design decision, different sound effects, and just the notification to the player that something's happened off screen that they should know about.
Oh, there's another one.
Oh, I missed that one.
Yeah, that was the imp dropping the fire pot.
Nice.
Did that get mixed in with the Yamaso scream?
Yeah, one thing about Cosmic Ocean is how friendly it is from a Twitch streaming perspective or other streaming service, where you can interact with chat. I've seen a couple of runs where Twiggle's asking his viewership, so how many bubbles has that been at this point? And just getting that extra feedback, so it's more of a almost team effort.
Yeah, I actually have a pot that I keep at my feet, and then I move it from left to right as I pop bubbles, so I don't have to remember it.
Just taking some of the mental expenditure off. Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Reducing cognitive load.
Yep. I love it.
Very interesting strategy there.
Yeah, well, my brain is, my basket case at the best of times, so.
I mean, whatever helps you.
Yeah, I'm this close to whenever I see the exit, just pause the game, pull out a pen, make a note.
So I had a break earlier today after watching all these great players, and I popped open Spelunky 2 on my break, just so inspired by these players. But then there's something going on stream, and I was like, okay, I can't miss this action for now, but I am so motivated to get back into this Cosmic Ocean. Probably tomorrow, but yeah, just learning so much from these runners.
Yeah, I tucked myself into a Cosmic Ocean run last night after the event ended. 721. So
All
I don't know.
right.
I feel like I've been stuck in the 20s lately. I'm at a bit of a plateau. I haven't scored a personal best for a while.
And are you playing adventure mode or doing the runs in daily challenge?
I am always in adventure mode. The daily challenge isn't really part of my culture.
Interesting, yeah.
But that's kind of a nice thing to talk about, how interesting the daily runs are. We could have talked about that with Derek and Mickey while they were on. But yeah, I guess streamers probably make that. It's such a theatrical, dramatic possibility space that the streamers tend to work that into their day.
So I think though, and that that was certainly part of the culture in Spelunky HD. But yeah, it's a way we die a ton in Spelunky. And the daily challenge is a way to just make it so consequential. So I'm now going to be looking out for every danger and taking everything seriously and personally. So yeah, I still like the daily challenge there.
Because that can be even just if you're not streaming, if you don't have an audience, that can actually be a mental help. That I've had a bunch of deaths, I'm playing really loose and fast, and I wish I could just slow myself down. It's like, oh yeah, you can actually pop open a daily and it can change your mental headspace in a positive way.
Oh, absolutely. And also just being able to share with your friends, hey, I died on 3-1 or I died on 2-4. Was it to that lava man? Was it to? And oftentimes it's the same thing that's killing both runners. Certain days you'll have multiple deaths on 1-1 that you can just complain about together.
Yeah, we had when we were doing the Sarah, my wife and I were we did the Depths podcast with the Eggplant crew, And we were doing dailies for that because we talked about the dailies in the podcast. And one of my dailies was so short it fit in a GIF. I don't know if it was my shortest one ever. It was like 6 seconds.
Great. Great.
Amazing.
Yeah, Spec is just super tidy.
Yeah. And as promised, we had 2 runners. Of course, I didn't say his name just yet, but Twiggle getting into the Cosmic Ocean just a couple levels in, and Krill as well. So we now have 3 runners going at this point. Looks like Twiggle's deciding probably just going to be a reset here on 7-7.
Yeah, he just lost the Ankh, which is a little early for that.
I didn't see if the jetpack also exploded, but that's the other thing that just...
Yeah,
even
I'm
though I
curious.
could keep going, it's going to take forever.
Oh,
Yeah,
no
you-
jetpack.
Opts for that restart.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that is definitely a thing in Cosmic Ocean with the jetpack and Ankh, is there's so many ways to die that blow up your jetpack, and then the Ankh is like not really worth anything.
Mhm.
Unless you're group and
Yeah,
you're
for
carrying around
sure.
a spare jetpack.
So the other item that I'm still waiting to come out is that shield, which I think is really... It can be valuable in the Cosmic Ocean. Pick
Oh,
it up
really?
from that lobster samurai. Crab samurai, sorry.
I've never played with Shield. I don't think we've seen anybody play with Shield that I've been watching.
Does his claw act like a shield?
I'm actually not sure if there's a function of the claw, but it's one of these rare drops. Some of the time it'll be a wood shield, but then other times it'll be that permanent
Okay.
metal shield.
I thought, okay.
Oh, that'd be great.
I didn't really actually realize they dropped the shield, so it's been I'm not sure why I didn't realize that, but yeah, I know they dropped the claw too.
Yeah, of
That
course.
claw, right? It seems like it should do something. It's so distinct.
We don't have Mickey here to tell us the exact odds for how often the metal shield is going to drop. What a great resource, actually knowing the true values.
Mickey's gonna spend the rest of the next week just like looking up values and tweeting them at us.
Exactly.
Oh, that lava! Looks like it's gonna be contained though. I wonder if Spef did realize that lava was gonna come out.
So it's contained for now. I think that lava might start to spill over and then into that endless loop. And so it's really good that Spef is just not slowing down at all, moving to the exit. Really, really good to see.
Yeah, nobody needs infinite lava in their life.
Just looking quickly, the pace by Krill, already a couple minutes faster than his PB, and also just moving at a really nice pace. So definitely looking to challenge those top 3 spots in the leaderboard right now. And then, of course, at the current top of the leaderboard, DT also looks like a little bit over a minute and a half ahead of his current pace. Of course, there's quite a long way to go to actually get that PB and potentially break the record live.
DT was just in Cosmic Ocean. He's already almost back.
Yeah, just
Yeah, just
seeing quite a
finishing
few
up
jetpacks. Oh dear.
Yeah, just getting stuck on that sticky ball there. Kind of annoying.
It's a trap that feels especially designed to take care of speedrunners. Unique that you usually stay alive from it, but we're not just interested in staying alive. We're trying to move as fast as we can.
Like sticky ball. Sticky ball and astral jellyfish are a terrible combination.
Just looking around at the other runners, we have a Rock Dog on Xanagar stream. Pretty fun to see that getting used some more. Really nice in the Volcana area that it makes you immune to fire and lava. At least lava men. I shouldn't say it makes you immune to lava.
Yeah,
Don't
jump-
be
don't jump
responsible
into
for
lava.
anything.
Lava resistant.
We used to have an item in Spelunky HD that did allow you to be lava resistant, but I think just that's probably a little bit too strong for the Cosmic Ocean if you had Vlad's Amulet.
Yeah, that would definitely reduce like half the risks. And
Yep.
and especially if it was anything fire resistant, just because that's like a new.
hmm
Even fire itself is like a new mechanic in this game. Like the torches giving a burn effect, and it was probably a good idea to scrap that item.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I guess the Rock Duck does take up that design space.
Spef. Yes. So trying to
Oh my god.
take over as our Twitch hero.
Oh
Spef
god.
picks up a teleporter.
Oh god. Well, I like
So-
that teleport. That was a safe teleport.
Save teleport. Strange combination of words once again. But yeah, so Spef was probably a little bit slower than world record pace, but with this teleporter, we could be doing 5-10 second levels instead of 30.
Yeah, it's smart to just like I feel like Spef's playing really smart with it as not relying on it as a primary means of locomotion, but then if there's some tricky spot to get into, it's an easy blip. Seems really smart.
So we're getting some commentary from Twitch chat. It's actually from our pal Groomp and our current Twitch hero. If this coward drops that teleporter, ...
Yeah, Groom showed us how it's done with the teleporter yesterday.
Oh, I missed that run. What happened?
Well, Groomp still doesn't have a completion.
Yeah.
So if you want to make any inferences from that, actually, the amazing thing is he survived for something like a dozen or maybe 15 levels, and that was not something I was expecting to see.
Yeah, I think
Actually
he
seemed
got
pretty comfortable.
The 40s or 50s with it,
Yeah.
and at one
And
point
was
it
he
got.
using it pretty aggressively?
Oh yeah, he was teleporting everywhere. It's great. And he was like, at one point, I guess he dropped it and it got stuck in the infinite vertical loop, and he had to get it out.
Oh my god.
Lots of fun.
Yeah, almost every time we've had the focus on Groomp, there should be someone ready to get a clip from that. Just good stuff is going to come. So also looking for our first Eggplant crown, we saw some action with Xanagar earlier and just almost made it to Sunken City, but just wasn't able to complete the Chillin' Skip.
Oh wow, that's too bad. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, there was a lone bat that knocked him from the safe rope nubbins to
One
just
bat?
off into the it's just one bat.
Oh.
So the least dangerous enemy in Spelunky 2 potentially.
Oh, actually, if you open your journal, you can see how many enemies have killed you the most. Bat is my number one.
Okay, never mind. The most dangerous enemy in all of Spelunky 2.
Literally the
Confirmed.
most dangerous. For me,
Surely I
it's
just
bat number
misspoke.
one, and then Broly. What are they called? The armadillos.
The lizards, yeah.
It's like right next to it. Horned lizard is right next to it.
Yeah, that's always struck me as the most dangerous of the dwelling enemies, the lizard. And so when that initial feedback of "what about the moles?" I thought that was really, I was really surprised by that. I'll say, just had a different experience.
Yeah, because also looking, because I can look at how many deaths I have. Like, moles are not up there with bats.
Yep.
For me.
Yep.
Or those horned lizards will just like roll you into a corner and then get another hit damage on you and then roll you after you're stunned.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. They stun you and throw you around to so like the moles don't really do that. They just kind of take damage on you if they pop out. And you're not really aware they're coming through the wall.
Mm-hmm.
I guess what people are reacting to is that predictability that wow, that was a nice teleport. Because the moles are so hard to predict, whereas at least you usually see the horned lizards coming.
I did have one really memorable death from the Spelunky 2 demo. Meow and I got to play out in San Diego at one of the big TwitchCon events, and I was at 1 HP. I was trapped in a corner, and a bat a full screen away I was preparing to jump and whip for. But I had a full 5 seconds. So there's a video of so-called great speedrunners playing the Spelunky 2 demo, and it's completely helpless to this enemy. So.
I wonder if some of your problem with that was the whip hitbox change.
So I actually figured it out after the fact. There was a brief time after Spelunky 2 release that you couldn't short hop while whipping. So you would always jump your maximum vertical distance if you were also whipping. And that slight change is something that I couldn't figure out in 5 seconds or so. That change has been made, and you can once again short hop, but certainly an embarrassing situation. So then I immediately handed my controller to Meow. We were just taking turns at one of the PlayStation stations.
Oh, what's the teleporter? Oh, it's gone!
Get him, Groom.
Oh, goodbye, teleporter.
Alright, so if Spef is gonna drop the teleporter, then I think we've gotta move away from him. Any preference with who should we move to?
How about Krill?
Sounds great. So Krill into...
Krill's in 720.
Yep.
About 2 minutes faster than his current PB pace during this event.
Yep.
So, like you said, still on track for competing with those top 3 spots there.
Just, we have such limited power, but the decision to move away from a runner if they don't do what they want, what we want them to do.
Why did we do it? We should have just let him be. He was doing so well.
Literally a curse, too.
Use what tiny amount of power we have.
Yep. So good news for Krill is he still does have that Ankh, and so this isn't the end of the run for him by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, so I wonder how far he'll be able to stretch out this Ankh life. Living that Ankh life. Or curse life. How far he'll stretch out this curse life. Living that curse life.
Twitch chat is having fun with the literal caster curse. We'll take that.
Wow, it's just all voodoo, all shaman.
Yeah. Really nice way to... Krill finding that exit even though it was completely buried in the level. They always want to see exits that are exposed to that open area on the sides, but Krill found it? No problem.
Does anybody remember how much health Krill had when the curse hit? I don't think it was too much, was it?
I think he had about 20.
Okay. Oh, that's a shame.
Maybe I'm I might be completely misremembering.
By the way, we do have a teleporter on Xanagir's stream. Has been playing a little bit safer than other runners, but maybe the potential of getting focused on the main screen is enough. See if
If you get a teleporter, you'll be focused.
Yeah. To see if we're going to be invited on for future segments. I was also thrilled to see Xanagir again going for that Eggplant World run. Not entirely for fun, just it's also a way to get 99 hit points really quickly.
Yeah, and the Eggplant Crown must be pretty good in Cosmic Ocean, eh?
So Hectique's personal best actually comes with the Eggplant Crown, and I'm not sure if that's actually a preference or if that was just how one really good run worked out. I think it's good, but it's also something that the runners aren't going to have a ton of practice with, and so even if it might be better, we really are deep into day 3 of this competition and day 2 of Cosmic Ocean. Just that familiarity with the whip that they have from just hundreds, thousands of hours of playing Spelunky might make it their preference, but I'd love to see it. Love to see Eggplants.
Yeah, the chance of getting a seed that you could do an Eggplant run super efficiently. I mean, imagine if you got if you got an Eggplant in like super late game when you didn't have to make the rest of your run for it.
Yeah, I think Xanagir got his Eggplant in either 4-2 or 4-3. So we've already tucked away that bow, and that's probably the scenario where they'll be considering taking it.
Yeah, there's been a time where I've gotten the Eggplant on the Ice Caves level itself, which is like best case scenario.
That was the first time. I've only been Eggplant World twice, and the first time I ever did it, that was my seed too.
Yeah, it makes it super easy.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, okay, sweet. I'll go to Eggplant World.
By the way, we should give credit to Krill for maintaining this first life, this first Ankh.
Yeah, looking good.
Yeah,
I wish
sure.
I kept track of what level the curse happened on.
All you have to do is say very confidently how many levels, and then Twitch will tell you the right answer. So congrats on finishing 6 levels with this curse, Krill. That's been really impressive.
Yeah. To count 6,
Yeah.
every one of those I've been impressed.
It's no problem. Kerr will just play perfectly the rest of Cosmic Ocean, and just typical Krill things.
I did see Twiggle in one of his own self-imposed challenge runs trying to get cursed in the dwelling and then keep that same curse throughout an entire Cosmic Ocean run. I don't think he's come particularly close to completing it, but I could definitely see that as we think about playing Spelunky not just for a couple of months but a couple of years, that could be a real challenge for the community.
What a horrible, awful idea.
Essentially like a no damage like Dark Souls runs that people do.
Yep.
All 3 Dark Souls, no hits. Actually, that people do.
Alright, so I suggested that Twiggle didn't get that far, but once again, you put out something that sounds remotely factual, and I'm being told Twiggle made it to 744. So,
Wow.
pretty serious damageless run.
Further than I've ever been.
Yeah, and Twiggle has also done, I mentioned this yesterday, but Twiggle's also done something called the Triple Crown Run, which is pretty ridiculous in itself. It's having the True Crown, the Eggplant Crown, and also either Vlad's, I guess it's called Vlad's Crown, or the Head Jet, depending which way you go. But it's a crazy run. I think only Ivy and Twiggle have done that.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. It gets a little silly. As hard of a game as this is, we make it even more difficult in semi-arbitrary ways like that. Not just competing for speed, but what other crazy challenges can we come up with? And that Triple Crown actually started before we knew what the ending of Cosmic Ocean was. Before we knew it was $7.99, there was a question in the community, what other crazy things can we do to try to get this real secret ending? So, didn't forget that challenge, even after we knew the correct way to do it, we'll say, or the intended way.
Yeah, it's funny, it's just, because when it was only out on PlayStation, no one had made it to $7.99, so there's just tons of theories on like, what do you actually do when you get to Cosmic Ocean? What is the actual end goal here? Does it just go forever? And now it's kind of funny thinking back to that it's like, oh yeah, the actual answer was that you get to $7.99.
When I first got to Cosmic Ocean, I came in and I like looked around and I saw there was like a jellyfish on the exit, and I was like, that's weird. And I was like, does a jellyfish kill you? And I walked over it and it killed me, and I was like, huh, I guess that's what Cosmic Ocean is. It's like a level you can't beat.
Yep.
Like, I had no idea there was bubbles and that you could pop them.
We saw, I was going to say, in the menu options for the text font size, I believe $7.99 is referenced. It's either there or somewhere else in the game where they're... we found $7.99 in the game before it hadn't even been ported to PC, but we didn't know if that was just some default value or if it was a hint about how long we should be playing.
Interesting. Yeah, I got spoiled the Cosmic Ocean. I got spoiled on $7.99 just from comments. Like, people would talk about a stream and they would say $7.99. I'm like, oh, I guess Cosmic Ocean is more than one level deep. I guess there is some way to progress in it.
So you were feeling that you had already completed it? You had done 7.5?
Yeah, I thought I was done. I thought I beat all of Spelunky. I got to 7.5, everybody.
Alright, well, I'm looking at the clock. It's about 45 minutes past the hour. We're going to take a quick break to thank our sponsors, Kaspersky, ViewSonic Elite, and also Mossmouth, who is helping to support the prize pool that the runners are playing for, and also stuck around to talk with us a little while about some key elements of Spelunky 2. But just to recap, we're Break the Record Live, playing Spelunky 2, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Not getting... Hello and welcome back to Break the Record Live. We're playing Spelunky 2 and our category is Cosmic Ocean. We're seeing Xanagir on stream right now, just taking out the final secret boss of the game, and then right after that he's going to be moving on to the Cosmic Ocean. So I'm Mix, and here with me is Colin Northway and Meow Mix. And Meow, if you can help us understand what the current state of the competition is.
Yeah, for sure. So real quick, unfortunately, we were focused on Krill before that ad break, but he did die and used up his curse in life, but he's still going strong. But for those who don't know what's going on here with the leaderboard, this is the Cosmic Ocean category, which is first ranked by distance and then by time. So we'll see in the leaderboard that we've had 4 players complete the Cosmic Ocean, which finishes at 7.99. With DT doing it the fastest in 1 hour and 8 minutes, Spef with 1 hour and 22, Twiggle with 1 hour and 35, and Krill with 1 hour and 41 minutes. And then we have 3 players that have not completed the Cosmic Ocean yet, but have made it really, really far. We have Hectique that got to 789 in an hour, and also getting to 789 was Group with an hour and 44 minutes, and Xanagir is at 773. So we're watching Xanagir right now, and hopefully he can get past that 773 this run. And they're all competing for a prize pool. You can see they're competing for a share of $5,000 thanks to Mossmouth. And they just get more of that prize pool the higher rank they are.
Yeah, thanks for that. So we left on Krill. I've got Xanagir here, but I'm going to try to make that runner swap again and see if we can line up Twitch chat with what we're seeing here in the booth. But in any case, we can report that Xanagir is starting another Cosmic Ocean run, just about 27 minutes into his current run, and just getting started here after taking care of Hundun.
Yeah, no paste, but 45 bombs and 31 ropes, which is a nice total. Got cape instead of jetpack, but has the boots. So good setup.
Yep. And it looks like we've switched back over to Krill as well, and I'm wondering if that's what everyone's seeing, but in any case, Krill is on another one of these blistering paces. About halfway through the Cosmic Ocean, we mentioned right before break that he was cursed, burned up that Ankh, but now starting to regain hit points. Almost 12 minutes ahead of his current PB, which means he's going to be really aiming for Speff and Twiggle, currently in second and third place on the leaderboard. Also getting some very helpful reminders about pronunciation for Twitch chat, and I'll try to incorporate that the next time we see our secret endgame boss.
Oh, I would love to get a pronunciation guide for that. What are the tips?
So I'm hearing that Hundun is a preferred way of talking about the eggshell double-headed boss.
That's definitely closer to how Derek pronounces it.
Works for me.
But I think it's a Chinese mythical figure, right? So probably, I think the pronunciation, there's going to be tonal issues, and it's going to be pretty hard, I think, for non-Chinese speakers to pronounce it correctly.
Yeah, perfectly right.
Yeah,
we're gonna do our best to get close. This is a funny little thing. It looked like Krill went for the entryway, which looks like the same subroom, but it's a closed door that you can't get back into. And then
it's
luckily,
right next door from the real one.
Yep, I just made that quick adjustment without getting killed by our squid friend.
I feel like Krill's been getting pretty good levels. Nothing super heinous.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell, just given how consistent Krill's been playing, whether it's truly easy levels or if it's just this is specific to Krill and he's showing us how the game should be played and how to take these tough levels in a safe fashion.
That's true. Krill is just like a train. He just goes straight at a set speed, just relentlessly.
Yeah, cruising through these levels right now, making some good progress on his PB time there.
Oh, that's a nice bubble hit.
Yeah. Getting some nice gold splits, so I'd love to see that.
Oh, very nice, yeah. So moving ahead to 13.5 minutes faster than his PB pace, and again, thinking about the amount of time he's spending per level, we could be looking at, let's see, is he fast enough to be at the top of the leaderboard? I think that's going to be pretty close with him and DT if he keeps going at this pace and doesn't slow down as we get deeper into the run.
Man, he's got shown no signs of slowing down.
I like this by Krill, taking a couple extra seconds and using some resources to make that exit a little bit safer.
Yeah, 56 bombs, 52 levels in. He's like definitely on pace. He can spend bombs without too much worry.
Yeah.
And maybe for some of the audience members or members of the caster crew that don't know, what is the gold color on the split time mean?
Sure, so it means that not only are they ahead of their current pace, but that particular level that they've just completed was done the fastest they've ever done it. So 751 gold split means the last time they were here, they completed that level a little bit slower, and that's where these time saves are going to be coming from.
Oh no. Yeah, the double UFO right at the entrance there. That's sad to see.
I think he set off one of them, and then yeah. All right, where are we going?
One and then hit another one.
How about Xanagir?
Sounds good. Yeah. So Xanagir, another one of these early dives into the cosmic ocean. As we mentioned the last time, we were focusing on Xanagir. No paste, no jetpack, but has all the other items that are going to be important.
Determined to get that. Xanagir just must not like mosquitoes.
So Xanagir's goal here is really just, it's just going to try and get to the 799, which would push him up to 5th place on that leaderboard here.
Yeah, when at the end of yesterday, Group just got that, put up that 789, and we were talking about how every level he got past his personal best. He got that 789 put him into 5th place, and we were talking about how every level more he got harder to catch. But I guess this morning, Hectique just exactly got there.
Yeah, just 44 minutes faster.
That level.
Yeah, that's quite the tiebreaker. almost 45 minute faster time.
Yeah, I like that Hectique was like, all right, yeah, 789, that's talking about Group good. 44 minutes, all right, I'm done, that's good. I think I've made my point. I can die now.
Seeing Hectique do another one of these chillin' skips here. Just really nice. Just enough jetpack fuel to make it up safely.
Yeah, nice to get through those top lasers without them being in the way.
All these runners make the chill and skip just look so smooth and so easy. Effortless.
I don't think we've seen a runner fail it when they had a jetpack. There have been a couple of more complicated chill and skips that haven't worked out. But anytime it was just the jetpack that they're worried about, they've been able to make it.
Yeah, that the cape glove skip is a lot more challenging than the jetpack skip. Although there's definitely variants of the jetpack that are trickier, depending on how many ropes you have to use or how many ropes you decide you want to use.
Yeah, I know we saw Twiggle with Vlad's cape, spring shoes, and the climbing gloves, and it looked just as smooth with that set of items as it has when, for example, I try to go for just the jetpack skip, the full mobility.
Yeah, the thing about that cape skip is if you're not totally smooth, it doesn't work at all. So I don't think you can do that one successfully and not look elegant.
Good point.
And we saw Groom with the crazy moves yesterday with the cape skip, cape and glove skip as well.
I'm still
it's
thinking about
crazy
that.
to watch.
So bananas. Yeah, Group is definitely, I think, the most bombastic player.
So Colin, I think we're nearing the end of your scheduled time. Do I have that right?
Oh yeah, that's right. Man, time just
I
soars
know,
by, just disappears watching these players.
Yeah, just getting lost in it. But anything you wanna call out that you've seen, either today or throughout this weekend? You know what? You're coming back later, so I don't want to be.
Yeah, I'll be back in a couple hours. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully Xanagear will have $7.99 under his belt, or maybe he'll be back up in the 90s.
Sounds great. Well, thank you so much for helping out for the past couple hours, and appreciated casting with you.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to doing a little more.
Sounds good. All right, so at some point we're going to hear from Carl LeBron, just getting a couple of mic issues worked out. But I'm going to bring him in just in case he's already ready for us. Hi, Carl LeBron.
Hello there.
Hey there.
Hey, Carl.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Good to be back.
So I don't know if you were listening earlier, but I did try to pitch some of your ideas again on how the game could be made a little bit more difficult. The lasers exploding jetpacks and also the double poison idea. I really like that one.
Yeah, I hope Derek doesn't take them into consideration.
Well, I think we have a modding community that's really just getting started, and so don't actually have to be built into the game, but I'd love to figure out all the other crazy ideas that don't make sense for the larger Spelunky fan base, but might be kind of the niche challenge segment.
Oh yeah, I definitely hope to see some great community-made stuff for this game in the future. Alright.
So anything you're hoping to look for in this next couple hours?
Well, I hope to see some world records, right? But I want to see honestly, I would like to see everyone to just get a 99 finish run. But yeah, let's hope we get the runners get the luck and the skill. They definitely have the skill to try to get there. So it's just a matter of time. But time is running out.
That's true. They've all demonstrated the skill to do it, and I'm just hoping that number is going to tick up on Hectique, Grump, and Xanagear and get them up. Just looks like a couple more levels would have done it for each of them.
Yeah, the Hectique one was really unfortunate how that all turned out, with basically having no more mobility. And I think it was also poisoned or cursed, one of the two.
Or both, yeah. That was a tough end.
Oh well.
We'll get there.
So, was there any big plays that I missed in the last few hours? I wasn't here constantly.
Sure. So this wasn't any particular play, but we saw Krill cursed and surviving for quite a few levels after getting that curse, and that was really impressive to see that consistency and without even really slowing down. Unfortunately, he did eventually lose that last hit point, and then there was an unfortunate situation run-in with a couple of UFOs that ended it, but that was really impressive what he was able to do for probably 15-20 levels cursed, but we never got that official count.
Yeah, doing a multiple levels without getting hit ever is a real tough challenge, and it definitely takes skill to actually get through more than 10 levels without getting hit.
The other moment that was really interesting for me, I think it was DT with another one of these great paced runs, but low hit points, and just found a mummy just in time, and then seeing just how much time DT wanted to spend capturing hit points, and then of course, I think the lucky number was 24. What they said, this is enough. I'm going to keep going. There's no time to lose. I'm still trying to break the record live.
Yeah, I assume he was. I think I remember that he was like in 70s or 80s, so there probably wasn't that many levels left. So just tanking all of the upcoming poison ticks is definitely some math you can do just to figure out how you could play optimally if you never get hit by anything else.
Sure.
I don't know if you guys watched any of what just happened to Twiggle. He had quite the battle with Yang just now, and somehow survived it all. It was just really entertaining to watch.
Oh, also with the telepack. It's a nice one.
Yeah, the telepack, and also our pilot sprite. So our friend from one of the UFO 50 games, another game that both Derek and Eric have been working on.
Oh, I didn't know that.
All the references. Man, there's so much too many runners to check out right now.
Yeah, lots going on. We have Speth in 768, a little behind his current PB for this event. Hopefully he can make up that time during this run. But I am still very interested in seeing, how Xanagir's run goes here. So I'm rooting for him to get to 799 and get that completion.
Yeah, so the number I have in my head for Speth is moving at 30-second pace per level, roughly 30 more levels. So he's looking at about a 117. So even though we're a little bit in the red compared to his PB, if he manages to keep this current pace going, we will see another race PB from Speth.
That would sadly not be enough to get him the first spot though, right?
But a little bit of insurance. We've seen Twiggle and Krill get pretty deep into runs on pace to take over Speth's second place. So he's pushing for his own PB, but also to maintain that second spot on the leaderboard here.
Definitely. So Groom's doing the Vlad's cape skip again. The killing skip with the Vlad's cape variation. It's always very entertaining to watch. It's precise movement.
Notably, only one rope left, so this is going to have to be really precise. No mistakes here. Perfect.
Groom would never make a mistake.
And hopefully he's rewarded with a 7-1 Sun Challenge so he can use that clone gun and stock back up on the full rope and bomb count. It's going to be a really critical thing to see here.
I think Group has gotten really good with that cape glove skip there. It's not something that's easy to do, and I've seen him do it pretty flawlessly multiple times during this event, so it's really cool to watch.
Yeah.
Anything that requires very precise movement that could end in fatality just from one mistake is entertaining to watch. Just for the thrill.
Wondering how serious we are about this turkey. Oh. I'm really watching Groom stream at this point, so.
We can switch over.
Yep, sounds good. I just want to know more about this turkey situation.
I assume there's something to sacrifice it on, or maybe he's planning to cook it.
We'll find out. So the good news for Groomp is, I believe he still does have the clone gun a little bit earlier in the stage. So on that sun challenge, he's going to be able to get almost a full resource kit.
It's basically an adventurous bag.
Where did that turkey even come from? Did it just spawn on this level?
I
Yeah.
think it did. I think it did. Or
That
maybe
is-
there was a shop at the bottom. I'm not
That's
sure.
not something I see often.
Did, isn't there like a mechanic that if you do the Young's quest in the dwelling, the chances of turkey spawns in the later level is increased? Did he do that?
It's a
I've heard
possibility.
About the... Yeah, I've heard that about that mechanic, but I have no idea if Grim did that this run.
So I'm wondering things like if you can stay riding on a turkey if you beat Hundun while carrying one.
Right, you actually never get to see if the mounts go through the portals with you. That's
I
would
think-
be interesting too.
Yeah, I think the answer is no, but I'm not totally sure. There's just a ton of these things that, like 90%, but not fully confident yet.
Oh,
Thanks.
Murdering
Wadler.
Wadler.
Thanks for
Water.
carrying my stuff.
Right, that's something we should probably mention. The Arrow of Light actually deals 10 damage if you just throw it. You don't even have to shoot it with any kind of bow. It just deals massive amount of damage. So technically you could just shoot it at the heads of Handan, right? But it's probably too risky, risking it getting crushed or something.
Sure, I think that's the main concern. Also, if you're throwing
Oh.
instead of shooting the arrow, then you're gonna get stunned every time. There's just another danger there.
Okay. Something I didn't know of. Also, to mention Speth going down on 57, sadly,
Oh,
Okay.
to an elevator, it seems. It says he got crushed. Damn. I'm lucky.
Tough end.
yeah, and he was making up some of that distance on his PB there, so that's extra unfortunate. So he was keeping up that pace that Ix was talking about.
Such a good sound effect on that turkey head bop.
The animation is funny.
So I do love that Grim's having fun with this and taking the turkey. This is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking the turkey for the Hundun fight is not going to be the best in the world, but I trust Grim's judgment in all situations.
Droom is entertainer first and speedrunner second. That's probably not true, but you know. If you are riding a mount and want to go through one-tile corridors, is the speed you're walking crawling speed or just normal walking pace?
It
I
seems
think
like it's crawling speed,
Crawling.
right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's definitely gonna slow Room down a bit. Oh,
Turkey!
what? What happened there?
As his turkey got knocked off.
Still
Or
alive, though. Alright, so
All
7-4, the Hundun fight. Decent starting area. So he's going to want to pull this turkey up to safety first and then start engaging with the boss. I'm now more confident than I was that this is going to work out.
Yeah, he moves
If-
quickly through the levels.
If only you could put the spike shoes on the turkey, that would be ideal.
Oh no, the flies! Oh, what you saw there is the little maggots, if they are out and about for a long time, I don't know exactly how long, they turn into one of the big flies. Actually, every enemy in Sunken City has some weird food chain dynamic with other enemies or entities in the level. It's kind of a nice touch.
Very nice. So we'll see if Groom can clear this boss.
Going for a super stomp here.
Yes.
Very nice.
Takes out the head.
That mechanic is still weird to me.
Yeah, for those who don't know what that is, it's just when you the spike boot damage is based on solely on how long you're in the air, and so you can slow down your fall with the cape and end up just doing more damage that way. But he did it.
So, finding out if this actually works.
Let's see.
He didn't ride it in, but he carried it in. So Turkey is going through.
Oh boy, that is great.
So that's going to come in handy for 1 hit point at some point.
That's mean to say. We want to keep this friend alive.
So nice. Just taking a look elsewhere, Hectic is somehow already into 733. It's another one of these crazy fast runs. You've got Xanagir now into 723, moving at a little bit slower pace, but still, hopefully this is going to be the run that moves him up on the leaderboard. And we've got Twiggle moving very quickly, about 4 minutes and 20 seconds ahead of his current PB. Already into 7-1 and about to go through the Sun Challenge.
That is really fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I was saying, Xanagir's pace may not be.
Hectic going down.
Oh
Just
no!
Off-screen arrow traps, I think. Looked like it. That's mean.
Alright, so no harm done.
He does still
has
have
the
his jetpack.
Yep, that's what we really want to see.
Oh my gosh, Kurt. Almost getting cornered by that jellyfish, but he's making sure he brings the turkey with him at all times, keeping him safe.
As one does.
You gotta love your pets just as much as you love yourself. Now where is that exit? No.
There we go. Never in doubt.
Oh, there was a hover pack in the crust.
With the turkey, you get a.
Oh, that's interesting. We've seen Groomp take different decisions when it comes to Vlad's cape and the jetpack even, and so my guess is he wouldn't favor the hover pack, but I'd still kind of like to see both the hover pack and also even the power pack in the Cosmic Ocean. I can't personally think of a good reason to use the power pack, but
Well, to cook the turkey, obviously.
sure.
How dare you?
Turkeys do not spawn in CO on their own. Groom carried this turkey from Sunken City level. Apparently a random spawn.
Yeah, which is also weird. I don't think I've ever seen one spawn in CO.
Yeah, neither have I.
Or sorry, in Sunken City, I mean.
Groom goes past the exit to pick up his friend, the turkey. I like the strategy of depositing the turkey near the exit, so you're not just carrying it the entire time. Frees you up for your whip.
Yeah, it's very important.
One of the nice things of focusing on Groomp is never have to do any calculations in our head when we think about is he on PB pace, because certainly any completion is going to be a PB, or any extension deeper than 789 is going to be a PB.
Right, and that's exactly the same with Oh no!
Oh.
gives a nice salute to the turkey.
Served well.
All right. Well, no
Honoring-
turkey. No
honoring the
turkey, so we
corn.
have to move on, unfortunately, from Groomp, and let's take a look at Hectique for a little while. There's consequences of every action. Thank you, Twitch chat, for that salute as well.
Very
Hopefully we'll-
honorable.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to come back to Groomp, and it'll be just rounding out the 790s.
Ay, ay, ay.
All right, so
Yeah, we got
Twiggle,
these,
pretty good. Go ahead, Meow.
We got these 3 runners in Cosmic Ocean right now. Hectique, Groomp, and Xanagir, who are all just primarily looking for those completions. Hectique is, of course, moving very fast. Make sure he can get a fast completion here. But
And just to update, since you said that, Twiggle is just behind and is now also in the Cosmic Ocean. He was greeted immediately by losing the Ankh, but still has that jetpack, and that's just one fewer thing to worry about.
One fewer thing to worry about in terms of not losing the Yang.
Not losing the jetpack when the next death comes.
Alright. One way to see it, I
because
guess.
then he'll just be dead, so it won't
Yep.
matter.
There you go. No longer really have to worry about fire damage or explosions.
And we've seen plenty of runs where the player has completed Cosmic Ocean without using the Ankh, so it's entirely within the skill set of Twiggle here to do that without the Ankh.
Yeah.
Everyone who is playing right now is in Cosmic Ocean, so
Yeah.
big variety of what's happening.
Really don't like seeing those Crocmen moving around.
Yes, we heard of. I don't think we have seen a telefrag of the Crocman, or like a telefrag on the player from a Crocman yet.
Mhm.
But we've heard, or I think we've heard from Xanagir, who got juked out of some health because the telefrag fragged the Crocman telefragged his mummy where he wanted to farm some health. But yeah, you want to keep those Crocmans in a calm state.
Really tricky exit here, but Hectique is patient just enough, waiting for those force fields to fall. Makes it out safely. Now on to 748. Only 30 minutes into this run.
That is real fast.
Yeah, I'm a little bit afraid to do the calculations and start to get the hype up because we still haven't seen that completion by Hectique, and I'd love to see that coming out on this run.
Avoiding the parachute, probably because it can just mess up your day by, oh, I'm just gonna fall past this jellyfish real quick, and then whoops, forgot you had a parachute.
Exactly, yeah. Just messes up your timing. In the same way we've talked about the poison ticks also giving you almost a mini stun. Parachute can have that very similar effect.
It gives you a nice little nudge, the poison ticks.
In the direction you don't want to go, most of it.
Yep. Groomp had unfortunately just lost his Ankh pretty early on into CO here.
Also, Twiggle is back into the dwelling. Guess something must have happened. Didn't catch it though, so.
I missed that too. But he already has a jetpack
Perfect.
right away.
Perfect.
I feel like we've just been getting tons of jetpacks.
Yeah, it's been surprisingly lucky, I think. For the whole
Well-
is this a blocked off start? Nice. low percent
So-
CO, you know, it's good
Twiggle
setup.
really put in his time on the first day, completing 2 Vlad's Cape Cosmic Ocean runs, and now we're starting to see the real speed item come out.
Speed demon. Oh, Speff is also back from his short break, it seems.
Wonderful. Welcome back, Speff. Still on Colin Northway.
It's a good character. And a great person.
Alright, so Twitch chat is saying that Twiggle died from fall damage and just infinite fall and Cosmic Ocean.
Okay, yeah.
Not much he could have done about that. Probably.
Yeah, that's when I personally play Cosmic Ocean, that is probably the way I die the most, is just getting stunned off the edge of the map or something.
Did you spoil yourself? Did you know what the jellyfish did before going into Cosmic Ocean for the first time?
Me or
Oh, I did, yeah.
Okay. I was asking me out, but also curious about you.
I got myself completely spoiled for
Okay.
all of the game.
Got it.
That's
Very
just
good.
Yeah, I didn't get it on. I didn't have a PlayStation, and
Sure.
I didn't have the self-control to hide away for 2 weeks. So.
We had on the community Discord a series of channels devoted to spoilers, and then the spoiler tags used inside those spoiler channels. But yeah, it's pretty tempting to know what's coming in the game. I did have the PlayStation for the launch, but I still learned about what the Cosmic Ocean was from others. I just love that story by Colin of thinking that I've made it, I've died to a jellyfish, this is the end, and then learning from the rest of the internet that that there's more to it. In fact, there's another 94 levels.
Oh boy. Look at those crust specs for Hect. Seeing a bunch of crust items, I didn't expect to see that many, honestly.
hmm
None of them have been of great use for the runners so far because they already think of going to the Cosmic Ocean with everything they need. But you know, maybe one day or in the next few hours we're gonna see someone get crust paste or something that they didn't get on their way here.
Sure, yeah. Well, looking ahead, we're probably going to be in a pretty exciting moment in maybe 10-15 minutes or so. So I want to think ahead, and this is probably a good chance to remind everyone of our sponsors, Kaspersky, ViewSonic Elite, Mossmouth, who so generously helped us out with the prize pool that the runners are playing for, and also our host Twitch. But let's hear it from our sponsors, and we'll be back after that with more Break the Record Live Spelunky 2 edition. Hey everybody, and welcome back to Break the Record Live. This is Spelunky 2, and we're playing Cosmic Ocean. We're saying on stream right now, Xanagir starting to get deep into the Cosmic Ocean in World 737. I'm Ix. I'm here with my co-hosts, or co-commentary, with Meowmix and also Carla Braun. And Carly, can you help us out in understanding where we are in the current state of the race?
Sure. So at the moment we are watching Xanagir, who is in 7th spot for the ranking with a distance of 773. We're ranking first by distance, then by time. So since he's not finished the rank yet, he's in 7th place, followed by Groom with a distance of 789. The same distance that Hectic has, just Hectic has it done faster in just 1 hour and 29 seconds instead of Groom's 1 hour and 44 minutes. And then we get to the people who have actually fully completed the run already, with Krill. I think that's still the first completion of the whole CO event, if I'm not mistaken, right? 1 hour and 41 minutes.
I think that might be right, yeah.
Yeah, Krill at number 4, and Twiggle with the time of 1 hour and 35. Spef at 1 hour and 22 minutes, and DT with 1 hour and 8 minutes in the top spot. Yet, still not broken the record, but that can still happen in the remaining time for this whole event.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on Hectique, who is now into 765, and looking close to the pace that'd be necessary for challenging that world record, and certainly on pace to challenge DT for the current lead right now at the hour and 8 mark.
Xanagir trying to maneuver the Cosmic Ocean with just the landscape. Not the quote-unquote best mobility item, but these players know how to handle what they're given by the game.
Yeah, and we've seen this throughout the tournament, that Xanagir really just wants a good layout, not a perfect layout when he's Cosmic Ocean diving. So we've seen more Vladscapes from him, and then also Twiggle earlier on in the event seemed to be favoring that quick gather of Vladscape and not worrying about finding the jetpack and not resetting as much. Just looking around the state of the race, Twiggle is doing another one of these Tiamat skips here. We've seen runners go both to the sides and use climbing gloves, but Twiggle uses a couple of extra ropes and just climbs straight up the middle and is now going to be in Sunken City. Meanwhile, we've got Groomp and Spef still grinding for a good set of equipment, and then of course we're still keeping a very close eye on Hectique right now.
Hectique does not have the Ankh anymore, if I see that correctly. So
yeah, that was a pretty quick loss of the Ankh, but it hasn't slowed him down.
Yeah, and we mentioned earlier that Hectic seems to be the person to just go fast. Go fast and commit to the decisions you make. Hesitance kills the run sometimes.
Yeah, it's all about comfort level, and he feels much more comfortable going at full speed all the time. And now moving ahead to level 69.
Nice.
So I think we have about 4.5 hours left in this event for these players to try and break the record and or move up in the leaderboards. Is that right?
Is it 4.5 or 5?
Maybe 5. But it is, we are getting a little shorter on the time here. The time pressure might start kicking in a few more hours as the runs start becoming longer than the amount of time they have. But that is the time when it ends is for the last reset, I believe. So they can still continue their run.
So we could technically have an extra full hour if someone gets the world record in the last attempt.
Yep.
I guess possibly more if it's another runner who isn't at the top of the leaderboard. Yeah, we went about maybe 25-30 minutes past time. DT was on another one of these really promising runs, and we'll see whether the runners have left a little bit in the tank for that very late reset, for that one last run.
That ominous one last run of the day.
Of course, we could also see one last run and then getting a terrible shop on 1-2, no resources, and then disappointed with what they're kitted with that final run.
Just for reference here, the current world record is done by Ivy with a time of 57 minutes and 39 seconds. So that is the time to beat to break the record.
still possible. And still a couple of runners that could pull that off. Well, this has been fun watching Xanagir stream. I think Hectic's getting deep enough that this is going to be a really serious run to follow. Hectic now in 773 and still has 12 more minutes before passing that hour mark.
Let's hope to see some take place. Sorry about that.
Yes. Still a possibility to break the hour mark, or possibly just a minute or two over. Definitely challenging DT for that first slot if he's able to keep this run alive.
These bubble spawns have been really nice, close together, and already seeing where the exit is helpful in just getting to the exit faster and not having to worry about path finding for the exit run. I hope.
Nice little hit point boost at the end of that last level, and going to be relieved to see an ice cave level.
But these levels have been pretty big so far, or these past few that we got to watch closely.
There's the third bubble, and now going to try to navigate to the exit. All right.
I think the runners prefer, or I think most runners prefer the exit to be on the sides or at the bottoms, just because it's easier to get to them fast from all of the free space around it. If you find if the exit is somewhere in the middle, it can be annoying to actually dig your way in there or find a free spot with enemies and other things that could mess up your exit escape.
Got a little bit worried about that mole there, potentially knocking Hectic a little bit too low to get back up to the exit, but had just enough fuel and makes it out safely. So now 777.
The lucky. Nothing can go bad on this one.
I'm just gonna be quiet after you've said that. Another one of these big stages, seeing a lot of enemies too. And really good exit position.
Nice.
Really good to get out of that. Looked like it was going to be a really tricky level, and just a little bit of relief here.
Oh, that's a lot of spark traps and bubbles clustered together.
Yeah, good value out of that bomb.
Alright, random things exploding. As long.
Oh no!
Oh no! Still alive! Oh
Still
my
alive,
god!
But that,
So we've
that
got-
hurts though.
Yeah,
That hurts
20
a
more
lot.
levels on top of this one. It's definitely going to slow down the pace a little bit, but we could definitely still have Hectic improve his current PB. It's going to be a little bit harder to claim that first place at this point.
For sure. He has a good enough pace that could probably still manage at least second place without this mobility. But just surviving without the jetpack is also just harder in general.
Yeah. Not to say that it's impossible, but he needs very fast levels at this point without mobility. Very luck dependent.
For sure.
Well, I know that Hectic also styles himself as a true low percent gamer, and so hopefully those skills are going to translate here to this Cosmic Ocean.
Not finding the bubbles. Oh no.
You can see a
Really
strategy here with no mobility to just go to the side of the map and drop, which is guaranteed you will grab the ledge. Oh my goodness.
That was
Really nice adjustment there. That's great to see.
No percent movements is still so entertaining to watch.
So the other thing that is possible is finding a jetpack, or even I'm sure Hectic would be really happy to find a cape at this point. and that's the sort of thing that can speed up this current pace. No shops, no Vlad's cape,
He
but there
does
are
have
options.
specs, so cross-spec may come into play here.
Good call.
Keeping that landmine. Don't know. Oh, that was. I don't know if that was dangerous. I would be scared to just drop down blindly when I already triggered all of the bubbles, just because who knows where the jelly is at that point. But Hectic seemed to have been very confident in that drop, so he must have known where the exit was.
Yeah, I think he had found the exit prior to that, so he knew it would come from above.
Alright, that's a looping.
Oh my gosh, that level.
Yeah,
That's a looping swamp.
I would say that
Temple levels are
there's,
just so scary.
yeah, there's nothing safe anymore at this point.
Oh,
Um,
He caught the rock. Oh my god. That was quite something to experience.
Good use of ropes
Oh
here.
my god.
All right. 17 more levels. This is still doable. And just to note, 789 is the current PB, so extending that is just going to be 7 more levels away.
This is like the third time we had Hectic lose his mobility items in a late run.
Mhm.
Or late into the run, and still pushing through.
Yeah, really good recoveries, but we still haven't seen that completed run, and really hope we get it, whether it's here or whether it's the next one.
That's a lot of landmines to move around. Alright.
All right.
This movement is just, there's just so much going on that pulling off all this movement is ridiculous. So props to Hectic there.
True low percent gamer.
And one thing he's going to have to worry about is the amount of ropes that he has. He does have a good amount, but as you can see, they are draining quite quickly just because of no mobility.
Yeah, and I think this is another run that Hectic wasn't able to get the full 99 resources. So that's becoming relevant, unfortunately. Seeing some crates, though. Could one of them have a jetpack?
A machete.
No.
That's the second best item in the game.
This is tricky in a really tight corridor.
No.
Yeah, the double skulls, that's really
that
really
was
tough,
really
but
tough.
really impressive run for Hectic. Unfortunately, wasn't
Yeah.
able to extend that PB. We got to
So
see some
close.
really great gameplay, but moving on. We haven't seen Twiggle in a while. So here's Twiggle, also into the Cosmic Ocean on 714, and one thing that's standing out to me is Caster is about 6 minutes 30 ahead of his current PB in the race. So making up some time, again potentially challenging Spef and possibly even DT, depending on how fast we're able to continue going.
Let's hope this works out.
Just to check back at Xanagir, he is at 747, still continuing his run, trying to get that completion.
Alright. All of the other runners are currently just working to get back to the Cosmic Ocean. Steph is the furthest, doing the Olmec fighting skip or Olmec skip. Alright.
I was a little bit worried about those skull traps that were looping there.
Yeah, those are very sketchy.
I love this sound effect from the pilot when Twiggle's throwing these ropes. Just that attaching noise. It was very
Yeah, that's-
cartoonish.
I really like the cartoony style of the pilot. He's one of my favorite characters.
It's actually a really, really nice level. Just went a different search path, but that could have been a 10-second level. Still makes it out in about 30. So that's still on that great pace that we're hoping to see if they're gonna push for that world record or push for that first place time on the leaderboard.
Alright. You wanna avoid creating too many explosions, especially if you can't control them in Volcana, just because of the lava situations we've already seen a few times during this event.
Yeah, and sometimes when that lava starts to drip, it's gonna. Oh, jeez! So right as you said that. So luckily he's able to find that last bubble and get out safely before the lava starts to wrap around the world and cause real problems.
Taking some time to kill that enemy just for the extra blood. Yeah, he seems to be fairly low on health and also has no ank, so I assume he lost it somewhere along the way.
Yep, don't know exactly where. We were so focused on Xanagir and then on Hectique, but pleased to report that Xanagir is still alive and well, now on 748. I'm just taking a little bit of a stretch before continuing on the journey. About halfway through the Cosmic Ocean for Xanagir.
Very nice movement from Twiggle. That burning corpse is not something you want to see coming towards you when you have a jetpack.
Just missed him, it seemed like. I really like this idea of carrying around an enemy corpse, and that'll give him some protection from the arrows that could be blocking his route to the exit.
That's true. Actually never considered carrying corpses as a viable strategy, quote unquote. I always assumed, it's gonna be fine. But I think for Cosmic Ocean that safety measure is probably a smart choice to do.
Yeah, any little incremental change to your risk over the course of 98 levels is going to be really meaningful. It all adds up.
I like the it's gonna be fine mentality. That's why I haven't completed Cosmic Ocean.
I was gonna say. They're being far too careful. I would never spend time doing that.
All from the people who have not completed that yet. The Cosmic Ocean. Alright. Maybe an opportunity to farm up some health here for Twiggle.
Yeah, I think just given how early in the run this is, I think you would probably want to farm some HP. Of course, we haven't seen Twiggle get poisoned yet, but in previous runs we've seen...
Oh, there's looping poison things, it seems.
Sure.
Poison blood. Alright. There was no mummy anyway.
Some more good news to report. Hectique's just gotten a 1-2 jetpack with a couple extra bombs. so he should be back up and running. I'm sure the next time I look at the stream, he'll be on 7:23 or so. Meanwhile, Speff is doing yet another chillin' skip, straight up the middle, burning a couple extra ropes. No problem making it into the sunken city.
Very nice. Xanagear enjoying some bouncing All Mights, it seems, on a bubble. It's a good one.
Looks like a fun time.
What would those bubbles feel like if you touch them?
It's like a trampoline.
Yeah, ask Grump.
Oh, no.
Twiggle's poisoned.
Okay,
You hate
yeah.
to see it.
Yeah, that now the whole farming up health becomes more important again. Because we've seen players run out of health from being poisoned for the long stretches. That was really quick for all three. Oh.
Wow, yeah.
Oh. Ah.
Yeah, tough end.
That hex from the shaman, or what's the name? Magician? I don't know.
The Witch Doctor?
Witch Doctor.
Witch Doctor, that's the right word. Has like multiple
Yeah.
attacks.
That is that's the unfortunate way to die in Cosmic Ocean. I guess every way of dying is unfortunate, but hurts to see that.
So I'm gonna pull us over to Speff at this point. So another deep run into the sunken city, and just working on getting that arrow of light.
Hard working, just standing there. Nothing to worry about.
So I think the three of us are going to be rotating out pretty soon, and Carl LeBron, I believe it's your last time on microphone for this event. So
It is.
any particular memories you want to share of either this past segment or how Break the Record Live has been throughout the weekend?
Well, definitely a great enjoyment to watch and commentate, and especially all of the very sick plays from very skilled people like Hectic and DT and everyone else, of course. But especially the very tight plays in dangerous situations are always great to just see how skill can carry you very far in a game like this. And also big thanks to the organizers to allow me to be here and commentate.
We definitely
It was a
benefited
great
from
pleasure.
benefited from your experience and just your commentary. So thanks so much. I think Meow, you might be coming back a little bit later, but
Yep.
you're also heading out for a bit. So you want to talk about this segment? Any highlights that you're gonna be thinking about?
I mean the turkey. I cannot. I'm gonna remember the turkey for the rest of my life.
the rest of your life.
Rest in
Great.
peace. Rest in
Rest
peace.
in peace.
Great.
Gone for God.
But yeah, I'm excited to continue watching this event and excited to come back for towards the end and commentate some more. And I really am just hoping to see Hectic, Group, and Xanagear make it to that 799. I don't really care about what time they get. If it's faster, more power to them. But I would love to see a completion for every runner.
A full house, everyone gets one. A full
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to see them completed on this run, and so they can go in for that second run where they're no longer worrying about making sure they're at 799, but then starting to really compete for those top couple of spots. And I think all of these runners have a chance to significantly move up at this point. And then of course we want to see DT, Speff, Krill, the ones with existing great runs, push it down even further than they have before.
And hopefully break the record live.
Oh, the name drops.
Sounds great. All right. Well, thank
All
you
right.
so much, and I'm gonna pull the two of you out and pull in our new team of commentary before bring it over to Bowie. But first, welcome Yandy once again to the stream.
Hello.
Hey Yandy, welcome to the broadcast.
Nice to be back.
And last but not least, we're gonna bring in Tic Tac Foe as well.
Hello there. What's going on? Some Spelunky 2 action, I see.
Watching some Spelunky, trying to manage the dashboard, trying to pay attention to currently 5 runners, all moving at an impressive pace and showing off their skill. But
A normal day for Ix.
totally, yeah. We do broadcasts with tens of thousands of people all the time.
All right, you're in capable hands, so I'll see you all later.
Have
Thanks
a
so
good
much,
one.
Meow.
Later, Meow and Carly Brown.
Later.
Good luck.
Great. Well, do you want to help remind us what the state of the leaderboard is? Maybe I'll ask you, Tic Tac Foe. What's it looking like at the top of the leaderboard?
Oh, it's looking fast at the top. We got DT with just over an hour, 799 run, a completion of the Cosmic Ocean category, coming in at 108.45, and going with that is the $1,500 prize pool, which is very nice. And we have a few more completions throughout the day. Spef with a time of 122.34. Twiggle coming in third with 135.14. Krill with the first completion of the event with the time of 141. And then some very close to completion runs by Hectique, Grump, and Xanagir, all in the top 70 and 80s for the event.
Great, thanks so much. Well, let me bring in the host for the next segment. Here's our friend, here's our pal Bowie the Hero.
Hello. How are you?
Doing great. Fully energized. I am looking forward to this last couple hours in this event that's been great so far, but I'll let you take it from here.
I shall do. Thank you very much for holding it down in my absence. Greatly appreciate it.
Cheers, guys.
Take care of yourself, man. Right. Okay. TTF, Yandy, just the three of us. All right. Let's put on a bit of a show. Speaking of a show, let's have a look at what's going on here, because I have to just refresh my dashboard just a mo, because it's needing it. We have, 5 runners going right now? Krill and DT, the only 2 inactive. I know that you took a break a bit earlier for about an hour or 2 just to get some food. If I'm not mistaken, I saw earlier Hectique on a fantastic run, sadly falling at the last hurdle of the 80s once again. So yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Took a-
can't break that 90 level.
Just sometimes it does that, doesn't it?
I thought he still might have pulled it off after losing the jetpack, but that is a pretty tough hill to climb at that point.
Mhm. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you, in order to kind of make up for the loss of maneuverability, you need to kind of start playing a bit more aggressive, and that can sometimes just cause maybe just a little bit more wayward movement that you maybe wouldn't always do.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Xanagir's still got that run going. Now,
Yeah.
7:57 looks like it.
Really just taking his time, making sure to get that depth, because currently well, we have to be honest with the wording, last place on the leaderboard. However, because of the fact that Hectique's aggressive play is getting some serious times, but nothing further than 89. If Xanagir is to take this really calmly and just get that 799 clear, regardless of time, jumping up 2 spaces on the leaderboard, almost doubling the prize money as well. So, not a bad decision.
Yeah, almost like to say it's the tortoise and hare situation where, slow and steady sometimes win the race.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, who's to say exactly how he's thinking right now? But if I was in his position, that's exactly what I was thinking. Just take it a little bit slower. Let's get the completion so we can move up a couple spots.
You're watching.
Most people are kind of like stuck in reset hell, which is a wonderful place to be, as we all know.
Oh, yeah.
That's something I kind of expected today, too. After getting the completions yesterday, we'll be looking for those super optimal builds to start us out. Spef was making up some time here in the Cosmic Ocean. They were in the green on 7:15, but this level's taking quite a bit, so they're right on the edge of their event PB here.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, majority of the time it's one of those stressful things. I think we've mentioned it a few times, but kind of reminds me of that whole point of, you know, when we're talking about like gold splits and all these kind of stuff, like time save potential is much more of like a normalized thing for, you know, different kinds of speedruns. But for something like this, anything that is, you know, time savable is, it's just any screen can be 4 seconds or 4 minutes. So the idea of like time save potential is just whilst it's there, it's never, you know, one of those things that, just play a little bit better on that split and, you know, execute what you need to successfully and you'll be fine. It's not as simple as that. So it's always a bit weird, I find.
Yeah, that's throughout this event, I've sort of been looking at, you know, several splits together during the ocean to kind of see a trend. Because you're right, like one split doesn't really mean much. Yeah. In the grand scheme of things, especially with how varied these ocean levels can be. Well, I think Spev amused himself a little bit with that arrow whip just now. Amused me.
Take a moment.
Very good react. See, that's a hallmark of a great player, is that reaction. Like his reaction speed is lightning quick.
Whilst maybe not inherently and wholly relevant, I think one thing that I've definitely found as like an interesting kind of comparison to something like this is, if anyone knows much about RPG speedrunning, there's an old SNES game called Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals, which has what's called the Ancient Cave, which is like a 100-floor dungeon. Very, very similar to this, but you have to kind of like, you know, just go through these floors and hopefully you get the right weapons, you can beat the boss at the end type thing. But it's like, yeah, rather than having like individual floors, it's kind of a thing of like every 10 floors, like a kind of metric for how like the last segment had been, kind of thing. Because like any singular floor can be anywhere between like stairs right next to you and off you go, or, you know, having to fight through hell, you know, to get down to the next floor. Yeah.
I could imagine some very interesting line graphs being generated just from going all these levels.
Oh man, I'd love to see a graph. They're always the funniest things, you know, because whenever we see splits, right, it's like, oh look, I was 5 minutes ahead, and then suddenly everything went wrong. And speaking of everything going,
oh no.
Saw Spef looking both directions there, trying to figure out the shortest route to yell at Derek.
Where's Derek in relation to me? Yeah. Graphs would really highlight the swinging nature of a run like this.
Yeah. See, and now Spef is in that same unfortunate situation that Hectique was in recently. Just no mobility. So it's, especially at 721, he's in a tough spot.
And at this point, it's always a question I ask yourself too: is it worth resetting just to get another run going, or try to keep the momentum flowing?
And I'm sure these runners are gonna start recognizing. Are gonna start recognizing that you know, time is growing short. The day is the day is growing long, and there are not going to be a whole lot of runs left, especially for a category that's this long.
Yeah. We're looking at, we've just got just under 4 hours left. We just get 10 past 8 GMT, but 10 past 9 local time. And of course, that final run must be reset at 1 a.m. CET. At that point, we'll lock in the final runs for the weekend, and whatever the runners get at that point will be what they get. And this leaderboard will be locked in. Speaking of leaderboards, it's time to bring it up. I love the leaderboard button.
Segue.
I think the reason I love the leaderboard button is because when we first got a leaderboard button available, everyone was so press the button, make sure it works. I was like, yeah. But the leaderboard has been brought up. I hope I have pressed the button. But you'll see the leaderboard as it stands. Our runners, their event PBs, their personal PBs. And the prize money they currently have coming to them of the $5,000 prize pool. A nice hefty prize pool, courtesy of the developers Mossmouth. So thank you very much to them for supporting the event in that way. It's very, very cool. And just being around. Like they've been hanging out in chat all weekend, supporting the runners that were here earlier, having a chat with myself and Colin, just about the game and stuff. So yeah, they've been really involved. It's great to see.
Yeah, it was cool hearing what they had to say about the event and the game itself just a few hours ago.
And it's been nice to see through both words and the development of this game that Derek and his team really understand and appreciate the speedrunning community.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh. Nice floor for Spef here. 3 orbs. An encroaching jellyfish. Whee! Oh,
yeah, just baiting the jellyfish up top there a little bit.
Baiting the jellyfish when you're inked is definitely a power move. God. Take some serious stones.
Wow, that platform ride all the way down. Very well executed. That's a really good translation of what happened in Spelunky HD in the ice caves. That was a very common maneuver to ride those platforms all the way down to the door. I like seeing it here in Spelunky 2 and in the Cosmic Ocean.
It's definitely a great usage of those platforms, and you notice that how you have that, you can obviously utilize the startup time for the fall to look behind them, to look below you, and then kind of gives you extra time to react. To react to whatever's coming up. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's. I think one of the first things I learned the hard way, of course, is that looking up and down before jumping and moving is a very helpful tool to remind yourself to do, especially when it comes to arrow traps that can fire from the sides, or jumping up into ceiling spikes.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned learning the hard way. I feel like there's a lot of that in Spelunky 2. The game's very difficult, and lots of times it's just once you get to a new zone or a new biome, you gotta get introduced to a bunch of new enemies. It's like, what do you do and how do you interact with this? And most of the answers are, oh, you kill me. Okay. But then you learn from your death, and you can adjust for it next time.
Yeah. One of those things. Every single death is a learning experience, even for these runners. Oh, here we go. Groom's bringing out the top tier character. Okay, we have to do this. I'm sorry. Here we go. Sorry. Let's go, Lise. This is what I've been waiting for all weekend. This is the character I play with, in case anyone wasn't aware. She's cool. So she also has obviously all characters have unique and branded ropes. Look at that wire. Let's go. It's completely They're all the same. The characters are all the same, really. It's just personal preference. Apparently, there are some things that are quite difficult with Elise because, like, I think something like when it comes to like edges, rather than kind of having like this visible animation, it's like a beeping and then her face changes like design or something. You get like a little warning sign, so it's not as obvious. So,
I'm a pretty big fan of the buffering symbol you get when Lise gets knocked out too.
yeah, that's the best bit. Yeah. Loading. Let's go, Groom. Groom did say he said I promise you I'll get a 799 with Lise. This is it.
Well, here it is.
God. It's great to see, like, you know, certain players are like, you know, character specialists and character loyalists. In fact, earlier, Hectic accidentally deleted his save, so deliberately during AST went back into jungle to unlock Liz again, just because he didn't have Liz.
Yeah.
And you got, you know, Twiggle is just changing like every few runs, just changing everything.
Yeah, in the Spelunky community, you see a lot of people, myself included, that are very like, I have to play this certain character, and for a lot of people, especially in HD, it was custom characters. There are a lot of that, but it's fun to see how people get emotionally attached to different characters.
It's just designs and kind of like archetypes that will appeal to each person, really, isn't there?
Oh boy. One is a
like
group.
Wheels.
It looks like Groom's setting up for assisting Van Horsing in defeating their nemesis Vlad in the castle coming up here. Which is unique to Van Horsing there, because if you do save Van Horsing in the castle, it'll just do a quick arrow shot to defeat Vlad, otherwise you have to battle Vlad. Yeah, we'll see the castle on this level here. The drill taking us down there.
Oh, that's how that works.
Yeah, you can bypass the drill by, it takes 6 to 8 bombs to get down here too, but then obviously you're using those resources.
Right. So I've seen the drill a few times, but never actually managed to activate it. So the Vlad's Cape run. Again, we're seeing, you know, Twiggle was using Vlad's Cape yesterday to get a few runs on the board, get some times going, you know, get to 799 as a whole. He has switched to, you know, more jetpack focused runs today. But crown. Vlad's Cape. Double jump and slow descent as well, so doesn't have to worry too much about full damage with it. And good for climbing.
Yeah, it's really nice seeing Vlad's Cape this early in Spelunky 2 as well. It was an item in Spelunky 1 that was collected on like one of the last levels, so it really got ignored quite a bit, but it's almost a guaranteed pickup for a lot of speedrunners in Spelunky 2.
Yeah, for me, like in HD, I avoided it at all costs because it just changed the way I used a cape. But they tweaked it for Spelunky 2, and now it's one of my favorite items. I absolutely love the mobility you get with it.
That was a really smart way of dealing with the with breaking the pickaxe there. Just because we're slightly above the block, and it's just to take the iron block and then drop the pickaxe below. That's smart. Yeah, the Matic has to break for the that particular challenge to be over, so they just do a quick break by just pushing the mattock into the wall where possible.
Also saves your fingers from all the mashing you do to break it normally against the dirt. Very important.
Mashing is definitely a thing in some games. Looking further afield, Twiggle is just into the early stages of Cosmic Ocean, doing another Vlad's Cape run as well, despite what I said earlier. Yeah, he's doing another Vlad's Cape run. Does have the alien compass as well, so can see where the door is, regardless of genuinely finding it.
Yeah, I saw Twiggle earlier in the City of Gold getting an early mummy moment and getting all that HP before arriving in Cosmic Ocean. That's another nice thing about the City of Gold and the Temple route is when you make it to the City of Gold, there's usually at least one mummy there, if not multiple.
More robots should have capes. Just as a thought. Just for more character designers in future. Robots should have capes. Glad we can come to this conclusion together, friends.
I won't disagree.
We might want to move over to Xanagir for a moment. He is almost at his PB.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's jump over and see.
Oh yeah, into the 70s.
Another Vlad Cape run as well. We'll see them break this PB, and I just noticed the time as well. So we do need to take another quick break shortly, but we'll let this PB occur for Xanagir, and hopefully they'll be able to keep pushing that further. They've got no Ankh left, but 62 HP. But they can't. This is kind of horrible, isn't it? Actually.
Sometimes when there's not enough velocity on that body, it just bounces off the bubble. But mine works too.
Okay. 2 away, or 3 clears away, I guess.
Yeah, the farther you get in the ocean as well, it feels like all the levels you've completed start weighing down on you too, just making everything more anxious. But Xanagir handling that really well, clearing that level pretty fast.
Okay, in they go. 72 they're on now. A couple more clears. And they will push on, but they got a temple level. You want that PB, mate? You're going to have to earn it.
That's right.
Not that he hasn't earned it by, getting to floor 70 odd, but, Okay. Patience. Sometimes it's kind of because at this point Xanagir is only looking for further progress into the cave or the ocean. That he's definitely taking his time here. Not too bothered by. I'm definitely not tempted by the potential to kind of rush and make an error like that.
Yeah, all these moves appear to be very calculated, making sure every route's safe here.
Very keenly aware of that asp poison. Don't do it, Xanagir. Okay. he's only got 19 bombs as well, and that's the thing. So like, whilst he can bomb his way through that, he'd rather just get round there, clear the way.
Yeah, I think he's looking for his escape route here too.
Is this the last orb?
I don't think so. One more yet.
Okay.
Something that adds to the tension in Cosmic Ocean 2 is the music comes in and out as the song completes. There's always like a 30-second gap when there's no music, and it just makes everything feel much more close. I noticed the last orb there, so it can just ride down the right side of the oh, this isn't even the edge. Okay, this is a very big level.
Yeah. Where is that last orb, as you said?
Trying to throw. There's a bomb. Oh, and the second jellyfish coming in there. Yeah, we've been in here more than 3 minutes, but there's the exit.
Fortunately, just took a normal damage from that cobra instead of getting poisoned.
Yeah, thankfully the bite doesn't have an additional poison dot attached to it.
Yeah. Neo Babylon instead of a temple now, so a pretty from one danger to another, I guess, right?
Right. We've arrived at 773.
Just looking for a safe landing spot here, looks like.
Yeah. Clearing this one will definitely give him that PB, so...
Yeah, crossing the middle gap there is always a gamble. We were mentioning yesterday there's like a rule of 6 where you want to stay about 6 spaces away from the edge because that'll trigger the laser traps and arrow traps and stuff like that. But you know, that left side over there was very claustrophobic. This should be fine. Thumbs up.
Oh my!
Thumbs up emoji, absolutely. Okay, jellyfish activated.
Seem to come from the top layer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he actually landed when he got knocked out. He landed right next to the exit. So.
Oh, it was helpful. Part of the plan.
Mm-hmm. And that's why you bring all that health.
And there it is, a PB. Everything from now on is gravy for Xanagir. Of course, he does want to overtake Hectique and Groomp, who are 15 floors ahead still. But, I think just getting past that block of, I couldn't get past that PB floor. Everything now will be a little bit easier. With that in mind, I think it's a good time to take a break because it is a little bit behind schedule here. So we're going to jump away for a few minutes. When we come back, we'll hopefully see Xanagir still cruising through these floors, closing the gap between him and Hectique and Groom. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Spelunky 2 action as we're hitting our final 4 hours of resets. Thanks again to our sponsors, Twitch, Kaspersky, ViewSonic Elite, and Mossmouth, for helping make this event a thing and possible. Cheers very much indeed. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladles and gentle spoons, to Break the Record Live, featuring Spelunky 2. My name is Bowie. I am being joined currently by Tic Tac Foe and Yandy in the commentary booth. We are into the last 3.5 hours now of the weekend of Spelunky 2 speedrunning, day 2 of Cosmic Ocean, where we are trying to see how far into the Cosmic Ocean our 7 runners can get. There are 99 floors of Cosmic Ocean itself, or World 7 itself, and we are currently seeing who's going to take home the largest share of a $5,000 prize pool, courtesy of Mossranking, the developers of Spelunky 2. Thanks as well to our other sponsors, Twitch, Kaspersky, and ViewSonic Elite. We are having quite an interesting evening here. Xanagir, as we're watching right now, still alive. Just before the break, we saw them take a new PB in this category today at the event. That is, they have cleared the Cosmic Ocean once. So if they were to get this clear, it would be their second ever clear on the Cosmic Ocean, which shows that even these talented runners, it's still a great feat to complete this entire category.
Yeah, absolutely, and very excited to see Xanagir progress their PB.
Can I put the pair of you on the spot and ask if either of you have completed the Cosmic Ocean?
I'll let you answer first, Andy.
Well, my Cosmic Ocean resume is very short. I made it twice last week for the first time. The first one lasted about 20 seconds. Mm-hmm. Bounced off a bubble straight into spikes. Mm-hmm. And then the other one I made it to 720. So that's my high water mark for now.
Nice.
That's why I'm commentating, not cheating.
Well, I once held the world record for Cosmic Ocean for about a day and a half. I was tied at 741, but now my PB has only progressed to about 760s, I think.
Okay. That's pretty good.
Still a lot of fun to go there each time, though.
Well, I have made it to 5-1, so...
Nice. Progress, you'll get there.
To be fair, I've played the game a lot less than you guys have. It's been really fun to play it, though, so I think I'm definitely kind of excited to get to the Cosmic Ocean if possible, so we'll see. Maybe one day, my name will be up in lights.
You'll get there. You'll get there.
Thanks for believing in me. Hell yeah.
Well, this game and Spelunky HD before it are two terrific examples of like getting that feeling of progression with your skill, because it's a really tough game.
Yeah.
And every time you make it to that next level, you're like, oh, I made it to World 4, amazing. Or like making the deliveries to Terra Tunnel. Making that progression, every little bit is so satisfying.
For sure. I think that was like a key part of when I was playing it for the first time. It was like I know about these shortcuts. I want to unlock them because it's going to change the way that I can interact with the game and how I can make progress. And it definitely felt really good. Speaking of progress, 79, 10 away from overtaking Groomp and Hectique, who are both tied in distance, 789, but a 44-minute disparity puts Hectique above Groomp in 5th place. So, in 10 floors' time, there will be potentially a change in the leaderboard at this late stage of the weekend. Very exciting.
And we're also seeing both Hectique and Twiggle are hard charging, and both on 732. Oh, no. They're one floor apart right now. And DT has joined the fray again.
Yep, he's back in.
Everyone's here.
Everyone's... Oh, God. Okay, 780 then for Xanagir. Up another 10. Another set of 10. So, encroaching upon that 5th place ever so slowly. But yeah, as we were saying earlier, slow and steady wins the race when it comes to placings on this leaderboard right now.
Yeah, Xana being very careful to clear the way, make sure no unexpected enemies at the exits. and just smart play.
My word, Hectic's pace is an absolute joke. No. Oh my word.
Yeah, Hectic absolutely flies in the ocean. He's pretty remarkable to watch.
Yeah, Hectic was the first speedrunner to get the speedrunning constellation in Spelunky 2 here, so it's no surprise that they're going very fast.
Yeah.
We're just keeping our eyes on Xanagir right now, just because we want to see how far they can go, especially if the 5th place happened. So we'll watch at least, hopefully, until then. I know it's a very different pace of play here, but I think it's definitely something to be aware of. That, you know, again, depth is a really key thing here. So taking your time with it is not something that can be. Is not something to judge, because as long as the progress is made, success is your reward.
I like Xanagir here taking a long look at this exit. A lot of times you can have enemies spawned behind the jellyfish, and they can surprise you when you're trying to make your escape. So making sure that exit is safe for Xanagir's good look.
Yeah. Decides to go ahead and take care of that witch doctor with a couple bombs, which is a big decision because he is down to 12. The resources are pretty tight.
See ya, mosquito.
Cruising on by.
I do think it's funny when things get stuck in the endless loop. Just could you imagine like being that mosquito and just be like, right, here we go. This is my life forever. Oh no, what have I done? Oh dear, this is actually kind of scary. These man-eating plants are one-hit kills, so. You don't want to touch these.
Well, and speaking of the loop, we had that highlight from yesterday of Xanagir losing the jetpack and just patiently waiting and finally collecting it again.
I think the funny thing I think about that was that it was just going left like pixel by pixel every time it came down. So like every time he like threw out another rope to try and grab it, it got further and further away.
Just trying to whip it, and
yeah, it was this cat and mouse game with it. I really found it was so entertaining.
Pretty good level for Xana.
A nice small dwelling. Oh, Twiggle just getting knocked out into the loop there, but recovering well.
He is poisoned, which is less than ideal.
Xana was just starting to get a good rhythm going, and then we're gonna have to pump the brakes a little bit once we hit this temple level.
Looks like Groomp is pretty close to jumping in the ocean.
And Speff about to perform the chillin' skip over Tiamat's throne.
These are always fun because it takes a pretty good level of precision. Nicely done.
Yeah, well done. Oh, sniped. Going through pretty much the remainder of their bombs on this temple level. And it's the level you use bombs on as well, just to get rid of all the thwomps and cats and what have you, so it's no surprise there, but like we've been saying, kind of running low.
Yep.
Oh, there's a croc in the loop. That's never a good
boy.
sign.
And there's a cobra spitting into the loop.
Excellent.
Which is definitely something you should see a doctor about.
Finally, an orb sighting.
Yeah,
that's
he's
the third one.
been here a while. There we go. Finally, we can leave this nightmare place.
Not sure he knows where the exit is.
There's also there's a cobra somewhere is spitting into the void, or
Yeah.
that poison is just.
Oh, that poison!
Excellent exit there. Well done.
Yeah. Oh my.
Big sigh relief.
From me.
785. Again, trying to get to that 790 to get 5th place.
Wow, 2 bubbles got popped off screen there.
Oh,
Wow.
that's a flaw. That's a flaw. 8 seconds. What speed?
That every
What pace?
Oh, and I didn't catch the final death, but I do see Twiggle starting over in the dwelling.
I see Lise in Cosmic Ocean. Hell
And that's
yeah.
all you can think about.
Sorry. Sorry, like, okay, look, okay, I've waited the entire weekend for this moment. Let me have this, alright?
Okay.
We got Krill starting again, 4 minutes in. Just grabbing the Ankh. Same as T again, grabbing the Ankh as well. Hectic, 7:47 at 34 minutes. Ooh, just missing this whip. There we go.
Based on what I've seen, well, both yesterday and today, I would give Hectic a fair chance at taking over first place.
Oh yeah. Definitely has the pace consistently. It's just he hasn't finished a run.
Yep.
Yesterday there was a 785 at 59:58. And the fact that a 789 4 floors later was about half a minute later just shows the consistency.
Mm-hmm.
Both those 2 runs, if you just think about 10 more floors at 30 seconds a pop, that's a 105 kind of pace. We're gonna definitely see Zanagir here hopefully take over Group and Hectic.
Yeah.
Very tight spot there in the jungle. Had to exit that very quickly, but now in the comfort of the loop.
I see Speff is taking care of Hundun right now.
788.
Oh, so many things to watch right now.
Yeah.
A lot of good stuff happening.
Too much content. Is there ever too much content?
Well, let's find out.
Looks like Speff's taking a short break right before the Cosmic Ocean start.
Yeah, he got there. Whew. Now for the rest. Okay, this is kind of tricky.
Yeah, yeah, it was right in the safe spot there. Now just has to kite the jellyfish over. Well done. Now tied with Hectic and Group for distance.
There it is. One more floor for 5th place.
Yeah, and based on tie, still needs to complete this floor to move into 5th.
Ooh, there's 2 orbs.
Nice start.
Ooh, that orb is locked off. We're gonna have to use a bomb to get in there.
Yeah.
It is manageable right next to that exit there.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good location.
Those.
Smart.
You ever find yourself with a push block in the loop? It's quite terrifying.
There it is.
Yeah. Congratulations to Xanagir, making his way over to 5th place. Dethroning Hectic from 5th and Group from 6th. Distance is what matters. Congratulations to Xanagir. Can breathe a sigh of relief now. Finally did it. It's not over yet, of course. Group and Hectic still have some time to fight back and maybe get a clear of their own. But Xanagir is 9 floors away from clearing the Cosmic Ocean. So we're going to have a quick break from Xanagir. He got the time he needed. Just as he needed. Right, let's... where do you chaps want to go? Who haven't we seen for a while on the main screen?
Check out Hectic.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Let's do that.
By the way, that it does present an interesting question for Xanagir. There, as far as placement is concerned, there's no extra benefit to completing the run because his time is slow enough that he'll still be in 5th place. So, do you spend the time and finish it so you can say you have a completion? Or do you reset and go for a faster run?
The only thing you can really say there in terms of the purposes of doing that is just putting more pressure on Hectic and Group to get the clear, to go further. They don't just have to match their own PBs; they have to go even further. Which what's a few?
Oh wow, it's fine, kind of.
Not the kind of arrow you like to see.
No.
Ooh, look at that fast level.
9-second floor. But yeah, it's a case of just getting an extra floor just puts more pressure on the others. But again, the question remains, how much time are you willing to sink into clearing more floors? I think at this point, the biggest thing that Xanagir can do is up his pace. Up his pace for the floors rather than kind of taking it slow and steady, I guess, if you really want to go further for that pressure. But it's Xanagir's race. It's his decision to make.
Absolutely.
And sometimes it's just safer to go faster. There's less chances of chaos happening on the floor.
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, a small example of that is I think that's what people are finding out about the dwelling and our dear friend the moles. Like, maybe move a little faster and those moles won't come out to greet you.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, an Ice Case Layer. Picked up some spring shoes. I believe they were a new pickup, but that first jump will be a bit nice. And maybe unfortunately we do, because Hectic still has his Ankh, so if an Ankh is used, yes, he's gone. And the jetpack lost, that, the boots might help.
Yeah, just cruising through these levels. I really like the dive into the loop just to make that transverse much quicker.
Yeah.
It always looks scary, but it's definitely in control.
Poison,
well,
was that? Did Hectic just get poisoned, or has Hectic been poisoned for a while?
I was wondering that myself.
Oh, it's it was a couple minutes ago.
Okay.
2 or 3 floors.
Oh, nice skeleton grab there.
Wow.
Man, this is nuts.
Heck just moves awful quick. just awful quick.
With reckless abandon, but you know what? That's kind of what we like to see.
Yeah. Boy.
Is it just me, or is that is there a lightning rod going straight through the warp through the wrap? There is.
Yeah.
There absolutely is.
Okay, get out of that one. Oh, jeez.
One of the things I'm most impressed by with all of these runners is how good their memory is for the level layout. You know, just seeing like a short, like half-second glimpse of part of the level, and then someone like Hectic is like, okay, now I know I can land exactly there when I loop around. And the way someone like Heck drops onto those things, he's got that perfectly in his brain, and that is pretty impressive skill.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, kind of like the brain RAM where you gotta delete it all after you complete the level, then start again.
Oh man, great orbs again.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, it's that whole information passing thing. What stuff are you just you're blindly reacting to, and what stuff are you genuinely absorbing, and being able to just kind of decipher for your playstyle what works best. For example, like some runners you'll see quite often using ropes as markers. This is where this part of the level is. So they kind of normally mark the exit if they are still looking. So just in case they do forget elements of the map, so they give themselves these advantages where they know they might forget, or they want to ensure they don't forget.
I just
Covering
saw
those bases.
Just saw an Ankh usage over on Groom's side.
714.
But at least he still does have mobility.
Whew, that was very close to that UFO.
It is raining fire.
Please.
Oh my.
And there's another orb as well. These orbs are in such a wonderful position. 768 at 44 minutes.
Yeah, it's astounding.
Yeah. At the pace that Hectic's moving, we might see them outrun the poison.
Yeah, very nice level there.
And again, sub 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 25, every single one. Always maintaining these kills for blood as well, just to keep that HP up.
These last 10 levels for Xanagir aren't the easiest ones either, looks like. Another temple.
Oh god, yeah, he's on 93 there as well, slowly extending that lead.
And really nice to see that all of our runners, except for Twiggle, are in the Cosmic Ocean, and Twiggle is about to get to the Sunken City, so not far behind. Doing the one rope climbing gloves skip. Oh,
Love to see that one.
yeah. I watch people I watch people do that skip, and I think, oh, that's where I die. That's where I die. That's where I die.
That should be a counter we should have had.
Yeah.
Times the commentators would have died.
Yeah. Just a bell that we can ding.
Yeah. Okay, this is an interesting point. So this is actually a really, really weird. Heck is just completely happy moving through the maelstrom of just the maze to get back to the exit there, and it was completely cleanly done. Just knowing how, I guess it's also anticipating and making decisions on how the jellyfish is going to move when it is activated. And just being like, well, I know that it's going to move in this direction first, and it will have this kind of trajectory, which gives me this much time.
Yeah, absolutely. It does give audio cues a little bit too on which side you're coming from. No. This should be fine.
Yeah.
The void.
There it is.
Saved by the void.
Witch doctors.
Yeah, there's a scary witch doctor waiting at the exit that I'm just looking forward to with dread. There it is. There's that witch doctor. Okay.
Handled well there.
One of the longer floors that Hex had for a while, but dealing with it fine. Twiggle is into Sunken City, as you were saying. 7-1, 14 minutes.
Yep, just picked up the arrow. Gonna go visit our friend Waddler.
Oh, nice level finally for Xanagir. 3 bubbles right there. I don't suppose we could switch over there. They look to be almost completing their run.
Yeah, we absolutely can for sure. Coming to the end of 96 here, so 3 floors left. We'll see, or 2 floors left. We'll see the end of this one, and then I think it's time for our next break as well. We'll just see if Xanagir can fulfill his destiny. Would be again his 2nd completed Cosmic Ocean run. Ever, as in.
I think he's on PB pace as well, based off of his first run that he completed.
Poison. Get out of here, Poison.
Oh, jeez. GCM.
Although, now that I look at it, Santa's actually fine for poison at this stage.
Oh, yeah.
Not a big
Last
deal.
level.
Here we are.
Go, Xanagir. Bring it
Come on,
home.
Xanagir.
Oh, God.
Let's clear that exit out.
Yep.
You gotta be careful around those maggot pods too, because if you're too close to them, they'll actually stun you. And being so close to the loop there, that's always a possibility. There's 2 maggots behind the jellyfish right now that Xana's trying to get.
Got 6 bombs left.
There it is. Nicely handled. Just taking his time. No rush at this point.
I heard one there. Yeah, there it is, behind that eye stone.
Yeah.
The very normal decoration of the sunken city.
Yeah. Nothing out of the ordinary there.
Yeah, you don't put mouths and eyes all over your walls. Oh, here we go.
There's an orb there on the left. Is that the last one?
It is.
There it is. All right, let's get to
Gonna
that
wait
exit.
for the jellyfish. Should be on the right side here, the top left, I guess. There it is.
Yeah. He's done.
Well done, Xanagir.
GG's.
GG's.
A completion 799 to 23:30. Congratulations to Zanagir
Yes.
as the elation on his face. Another run completed. Well done, Zanagir.
And
Well
the
earned,
Animus
sir.
Minor.
So that's now 5 of 7 runners completing the Cosmic Ocean. Incredible stuff from everyone so far.
Hectic 20 levels away at 51 minutes.
Jeez, that is nuts. Okay, we're going to take another break right now, but we need to be aware of that one. So we'll keep an eye on that, but we do need to take a break because it's just hit the top of the hour. I believe we might be having a change of casts as well, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, I'm jumping out for an hour.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Excellent. Well, we'll see you again in just a little bit then, Yandy. I believe, TTF, you're staying with me, and we're going to be having Colin join after the break. Don't go anywhere. It's heating up the last 3 hours of Spelunky 2 for Break the Record Live after this very short break.